calling the board special meeting to order at 4:31 p.m. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. We would like to acknowledge that we are on the ancestral lands and traditional territories of the Puget Sound Coast Salish people. We're holding today's meeting in a hybrid format with directors, staff, and members of the public here in person, with remote access also available via SPS TV and YouTube streaming consistent with the Governor's Proclamation on Open Public Meetings. For the record, I'll note that Directors Percy, Rivera-Smith, and Harris, as well as and Dury are here in person. And Directors DeWolf and Director Rankin, is she live?
I'm here.
Are here via Teams or joining remotely. Superintendent Jones is also present. Because we also have some joining us remotely, I'll remind everyone on the phone or Teams to please remain muted when you are not speaking. There will not be a public comment opportunity today. Also, for those in person, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. We have new health protocols in place since we last met here in the auditorium. Masks and physical distancing will be required throughout the meeting. First on the agenda for the special meeting this evening is the fall planning update. We will then have the introduction of the bar for our student outcomes focused governance goals and guardrails, followed by a work session on BTA 5, and that will be chaired by Director DeWolf. I also want to take a brief moment to congratulate Roosevelt High School alum Nevin Harrison. Nevin Harrison won the gold medal in the women's 200-meter canoe sprint at the Tokyo Olympics. This was a new event and thrilling to watch. I watched it. Congratulations, Nevin. Could not be more proud. I will now hand it over to staff for the presentation on fall planning.
Thank you. I saw that canoe event, and Nevin's abs must be incredible. Nonetheless, superintendent board comments, I just want to be really brief, and then I'll hand it over to some colleagues for some updates. Let us be reminded that we're 20 days away from the start of school, 180 days of excellence. And this summer, I had some really inspiring visits to schools. There was a lot of learning going on, engaged students. And one thing that we haven't really noted is that the site coordinators have been amazing. So next summer, if we get a chance to go out and see what's happening at these schools, multiple programs happening all at once, while they've been challenged with COVID and distancing and all that, but still there was fantastic learning going on. I think there's an opportunity in front of us with Governor Newsom, who has said in California that we're going to have vax mandates for their K-12. I'm also duly considering that as we go forward. I know there's discussions at the state level for maybe having that as a mandate from the governor, but it hasn't made that proclamation yet. But we're researching it and taking it very seriously internally. So I just wanted the board to know that we are really considering doing a mandate. So part of my comments, I want to have an update for return to school with Drs. Pritchett and Carrie Campbell. And then we'll have an update on the virtual option. And then we have a update on the Bitter Lake encampment, since those are pretty hot items right now. So without further ado, I want to turn it over to Carrie Campbell and Sarah Pritchett.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Jones. And can everyone hear me okay? Great. So good afternoon, or I guess we're moving into evening. Dr. Pritchett and I have been asked to provide a brief update on our return to school plans and then provide time for you to ask questions of us. So we're going to share some key progress specific to health protocols, risks, and then of course leave time for questions. As a reminder, the Office of Strategy, Deployment, and Responsiveness, SDR, as we call it for short, because it's an easier thing to roll off the tongue, We were established in June, and our goal is really to bring coherence and alignment to our strategic work, and specifically to focus on our fall return and 180 days of excellence, as most of our students come back to school in person and full time. I want to remind the public, our colleagues, and the board that we are legally mandated to provide in-person full-time for every student who wants to come back on September 1st. So that's just a good thing to remember as we're working through continually changing contexts, and as we see the Delta variant increase, is that there are constraints that we're working with, and we don't make decisions independent of the state and OSPI. So in addition to this mandate, as mentioned, we follow the requirements and guidance of the Department of Health, Labor and Industries, and then our local public health agency, Public Health Seattle and King County. And as mentioned, the context continues to change, and so simply said, there are no simple answers and lots of considerations that need to be made as we return to school. Since the last time that we presented, a lot of progress has been made. I really want to thank Dr. Jones, and I really want to thank Deputy Gannon and our incredible school leaders who've advised us over these last 2 months, as we've had to make some hard decisions and make sure that we're providing the best high quality learning environment where students thrive as we re-enter, and a safe learning environment. So first, I'm going to address health protocols, and then Dr. Pritchett's going to talk about some risks and some things that we're working through. So health protocols, these are still being bargained with SEA, but what I'm going to talk about represents the most recent DOH guidance, and that is what we're planning towards. The good news is that we know what works. We know what works to keep our classrooms healthy: universal masking, regular hand washing, daily cleaning, physical distancing, contact tracing, and communication that goes with contact tracing, and strong ventilation and air quality. Together, these layered preventative strategies have helped keep our students and our staff healthy. We have not seen a widespread outbreak. Early identification and contact tracing last year helped prevent the virus from spreading in our schools and our workspaces, and I think that's something to really be celebrated. Our families, our students, and our staff did an incredible job, and those protocols and that way of working together will continue this next year. We're also partnering, so a new preventative strategy is school-based COVID-19 testing. So we're partnering with the Health Commons Project to implement testing at all of our schools in Seattle Public Schools. We're lifting this additional strategy to prevent in-school transmission, also address the reduction of loss of instructional time when a student who's symptomatic but may not have COVID has to quarantine. Sometimes it's really hard to get a test. So we want to reduce the barriers to getting a COVID test so they can return to school as soon as possible. And then bolstering, as I mentioned, inadequate community access to testing. The testing will be available to our staff and students when diagnostic testing is needed. So that's when staff or students show symptoms or they've had close exposure to someone who has COVID. We've selected a PCR test. So that's a highly reliable test, and you can get results within 48 to 72 hours. It is self-administered. So if you've had a COVID test and it was kind of a brain tickler, this is low nasal test. Most students, I would say probably second grade and above, can actually self-administer. The way that it will look is if a child has symptoms, they need to move to the protected healthcare room. When a parent or caregiver comes to pick them up, they will be asked if they need to administer. If it's the parent, they can administer for the little ones or our youngest students. If it's an older student, they can administer themselves. The other awesome thing about the testing program is that we will offer it to the parent or caregiver that's picking up. So again, really trying to reduce barriers to testing and keep our communities safe. We are taking a slow to go fast approach. So beginning with an effective yet simple testing program that I just described, and intending to scale to provide more expansive screen testing, which is different than diagnostic testing. You're actually testing subpopulations of students, larger groups. It could be whole classrooms, it could be a whole school, and prioritizing those students who may have more challenges with mask wearing or might be more vulnerable. So preschool students, students who have an IEP and are getting specialized service where mask wearing is challenging, etc. Testing is 100% voluntary. Parents, caregivers do not need to participate, but again, the intention is to really reduce barriers to access. And then to support this new prevention strategy, because there's always questions about, well, who's going to supervise? Who's going to operationalize? Centrally, we are providing hourly supervision funding. That funding will be used to supervise the COVID health protected room that we had last year, testing, and then also provide support around lunch supervision. So Dr. Pritchett's going to describe this more in detail, but in order to maximize physical distancing during lunch, we are going to be spread out through buildings using many, many spaces. So we are deploying additional supports to schools so that that doesn't overburden our current staff. And I think, let's see, a couple more things. All of these health protocols have been introduced to school leaders multiple times. Dr. Pedroza has done a phenomenal job of bringing school leaders together every Wednesday for an 11 o'clock meeting where we really go through the planning and people get to ask live questions. The information is being rolled up into an operational handbook that will be provided out to school leaders next week with information and diagrams on how they set up their school spaces so that they'll be ready. Centrally, we're ordering all of the required PPE, including higher PPE required by labor and industries, dependent on the job functions. Furniture has already started to be set up based on the guidance that we have from DOH, and then HVAC reviews and school reporting, etc. And so this now leads us into the next big topic, something you've probably heard families have questions about, which is lunch. So I'm going to ask Dr. Pritchett to talk about lunch plans.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. As many of you may be aware, the new DOH guidance continues physical distancing of 3 feet or more between students in the classroom setting to the degree possible and reasonable that allows for full-time in-person learning for students. In common spaces, the guidance is now maximum distance between students to the degree possible. For lunches, we are working to physically distance students as much as possible when students are eating and drinking, and at the high school level, provide as much flexibility as possible to reduce the number of students on campus for lunch. All schools have worked to develop and refine their individual school lunch plans, and at the high school, middle school, and elementary and K-8 levels, each school lunch plan reflects the unique building layout. High schools have been encouraged to extend off-campus lunch for all students. And within each of these plans, students will be eating lunch, as Carrie stated earlier, in the cafeterias, in classrooms, in gyms, in common spaces throughout the building, and at 17 of our schools in outdoor tents. In addition to physical distancing, we'll be teaching into health-related protocols. Our goal is that students have their masks off for the least amount of time possible. So if you've ever been on a plane or you've used a water bottle while wearing a mask, the practice will look similar. We'll be teaching and reminding students to promptly replace their masks when they're finished eating or drinking. We are also requiring indoor or quieter lunches to prevent transmission. Outdoor airflow will be increased when and where possible, and it will be done where it can be done safely. Hand washing, the using of hand sanitizers will occur before and after lunch, after using the restrooms and playing outside. Transportation has also been an area of concern for families because of the disruption last school year. As a reminder, transportation will be offered to all students that qualify in the coming school year. SDR, or our office, has been working closely with the Transportation Department to monitor risks. There continues to be a labor shortage, and this also applies to our Nutrition Services Department. We know that we will know the scope of the risk after we send bus routes to First Student this week. Transportation has been working with First Student to promote driver positions. There's been an increase in applications that we've seen in the past couple weeks. They are also working on temporary alternatives to fill gaps in the first weeks of school. So regarding communications, information will go out to school leaders this Friday about district transportation and routes. Next week, an update will go out to families and School Beat. And transportation is sending direct communication to families that qualify for the service. Transportation will also be providing a direct phone number for families, and a Let's Talk page to streamline responses for families has been launched. Of course, wellness continues to be a priority focus for Superintendent Jones. Last week, all school leaders participated in the School Leaders Institute, otherwise known as SLI. The first 3 days were focused on student outcomes for literacy, math, and college and career readiness. The last 2 days were focused on school readiness and creating conditions and systems for students to thrive. I just have to say that we have had such positive feedback from school leaders who attended SLI last week. Just an outpouring of thanks and just encouraged by the messages that came out. CA and I had a large part of the SLI last week, and they were phenomenal under Dr. Scarlett's leadership. Just a phenomenal message. We really have had encouragement from school leaders, excitement from school leaders. So we're happy about that. And I'll turn it back over to Carrie.
Thank you, Dr. Pritchett. And then finally, we just want to close with, I know that you're getting emails. We're getting them emails too. And as a parent of a Seattle Public School student, the Delta variant is concerning. And so I just want to talk about how decisions are made about shifting instructional models and then contingency planning. So if there is an infectious disease outbreak, so anything COVID-19 or other types of infectious disease, Seattle Public Schools follows the authority of Public Health, Seattle, King County. Public Health provides guidance to our experienced team of central nurses and lead staff about decisions to close, quarantine, and collaborates with the district on our response to outbreaks. And as a reminder, we have not had widespread outbreaks because of our strong health and safety protocols. If a school does need to close, Seattle Public Schools will work in partnership with Public Health to communicate directly to the school leader, to the staff, and to the families. We will continue to inform families whenever there is a confirmed case in a student's classroom or if their student has been exposed to COVID-19 in a variety of settings. So that includes the bus, the common areas, athletics. We make sure that families are aware and that they know, because it helps, one, the parent support their child and their family. It also helps with the mitigation and spread of COVID in our community. There have been a lot of questions around what's the threshold for shifting to a 100% remote model. So while the district superintendent has the authority under state law to close a school or schools on a temporary emergency basis, including epidemics, and also things like snow days, the ultimate authority to shift to a 100% remote model lies with the state. So changes, a mandate or proclamation would need to come from the governor, and there would actually need to be a policy change from OSPI. Right now, as I mentioned, we are legally mandated to provide in-person, full-time learning for any student that wants to participate. So I just think this is good information for all of us to carry with the general public as they see the Delta variant and the transmission increase and wonder what our pivot response is going to be. We actually take direction from health professionals and from professionals at the state level. And then lastly, closing, I just think it's also really important for us to continue to collectively carry the message that we haven't been able to curb the transmission of COVID-19 in our school buildings, and we will continue to do whatever we need to keep our staff and our students healthy as they return September 1. We're also going to continue to support vaccination clinics. So we vaccinated close to 5,000 students last year, 12 years and older. We vaccinated with the support of many medical providers and community partners, thousands of our staff. And we will continue to roll out and inform families and staff when vaccination clinics are available in our weekly newsletter. And if and when we get the go-ahead for vaccination for young people 11 and younger, we will lift sites on school campuses again for vaccination to reduce barriers to those opportunities for families who choose that approach for their child and family. So I know this is a lot of information really fast, and we may not have covered everything you're looking for, but at this time, if we have a couple minutes, Dr. Jones, we're ready to take questions.
Okay, so let me see, do either of our directors, Rankin or DeWolf, who are on Teams, have questions they would like to pose at this time? Let's start with Director DeWolf.
None here, thank you. And thank you for this really great presentation, Carrie.
And Sarah. Director Rankin?
Yeah, I have two quick questions, and also thank you so much. It's really great to hear very straightforwardly what all the plans have been being put in place, and kind of hear that confidence as we go into another uncertain feeling in the beginning of the school year. So thank you very much. The two questions I had were with the testing that's done at school. If a student goes to the health room and then has a test in that 48 hours while there is not a result, what's our approach to that? Do we require that a student stay home while we're waiting for results? And how do they access what's happening at school, or what's the deal?
That's a great question. So if they are symptomatic and are awaiting a test, and this direction comes from our central nursing team, they do need to quarantine until we get a negative test back. But with allergies and the flu and all kinds of things, there are a lot of students who come back with negative COVID tests. We want to reduce the amount of time that they are quarantining at home waiting for a test result. So that's, I think, the answer to your first part of the question. Second part, what do they do while they're waiting? That, the instructional model, or how they are continuing their learning while quarantining at home, is part of the bargaining with SEA at this time.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is, I was really excited to hear popped in there from Dr. Pritchett about the 17 schools with the outdoor tents for lunch. I was going to ask about outdoor spaces. So I'm wondering, is that number, are we going to see that number grow? Or is that opt-in by school? Or how are those sites determined? And also, will those spaces be available for class time as well?
So we had schools do initial planning. School leaders turned in their lunch plans, and based on those lunch plans, and we reviewed them individually, and then worked with directors of schools to also go through if there were questions on plans. And out of the 104 plans that were turned in, there were 17 schools that requested tents. And again, it depends on the site. You have some schools that have a lot more common space and different spaces where they're able to have students eat inside. And then, and again, we had the 17 schools who chose to do tents. We may see as we get into school where we need to make some adjustments, because again, we've made the best laid plans, and when students return, we may need to monitor and adjust.
Thank
you.
Dr. Rankin. Any other questions here on the floor? Let's start with Director Hersey.
Hello. I wanted to loop back to the potential for a vaccine mandate. It's based on our research put forth. Do we know if that is going to need to be something that we bargain at the table yet? Yeah. Okay.
The answer is yes, and we've talked to SEA leadership
Sure.
about the contours of where we want to go, and so far there's been a favorable reception to it, but there's
Wonderful.
elements of it that we need to bargain.
Okay. Do we have an anticipated timeline on that?
For the health and safety protocols, we're working on that now with SEA.
Right.
And then if there's anything at post implementation of a vaccination mandate, we'll start to bargain on those.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Director Harris.
This morning, driving to work, I almost crashed my car when I heard that Seattle Public Schools will not have enough transportation. And perhaps I missed the memo. Just a mere board member. And how am I supposed to answer those questions, pray tell?
So I can work with Chief Podesta to get more information to the board. What we know is there is a potential driver shortage. I think Dr. Pritchett mentioned that. They're actively recruiting, looking at alternative options for students to try to get students to school in the fall. And I think like other essential staff, it's a recruitment issue. And so they're working very diligently. Right now, that information is going to go to school leaders on Friday. So just to prepare school leaders to support families. A direct communication is going from transportation to families that qualify, setting the expectation, just letting them know about the problem, including a link that if you want to drive if you want to drive and transport SPS students, there are jobs available. So actually using it as a recruitment. And then we will follow up in School Beat next week, just giving some additional information. But again, we don't know the full scope of problem until we send to our contractor the routes this week.
Follow up, please. At what point in the communication loop,
I think we can hear you.
masks, at what point in the communication loop should board members expect to be informed, as opposed to crashing your car on the way to work?
So it's unfortunate you heard it through news media because we are just working on the internal communication plan with school leaders right now. So I apologize, and that's something that we need to kind of figure out why there was a gap in communication. But that information right now is just being determined. So I'll need to check with the communications team on who asked the question, how the information was shared, because we do want to make sure that the board knows first. Yep.
Okay, we're going to go to Director Rivera-Smith, and then we'll go to Director Dury.
Hello? Hi, thanks. I want to go back to also, I'm looking through my notes, sorry. Can you say again the name of the partner for the testing? I didn't catch
Oh,
that.
yeah, it's the Health Commons project.
Commons project, okay. And then those, so they're not going to be rapid tests. They're going to be a 48, 72-hour wait for those, you said. Will students need, like the older students, need parents' permission before doing it, or can they choose to do it themselves?
So right now we're really trying to make the program as simple as possible. Parents will be able to give permission when they come to pick their child up from school. So a child is symptomatic in class, they get moved to the protected healthcare room. When the phone call is made to the parent or guardian to come pick up the child, they can give consent when they arrive.
Okay, so no test will be happening until a parent gets permission.
Oh, no, yeah.
And then for lunch times, Ms. Pritchard, you said that there'd be off-campus lunches will be extended. Does that mean lunchtime extended, possibly on some schools?
No, what we were talking about is that some high schools have had a past practice of not allowing 9th grade students to be off campus. Mm-hmm. So we're encouraging them to extend off-campus privileges to 9th through 12th grade.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Drury?
Is this working? Cool. Where can parents and folks see the lunch plans for the individual schools?
Right now, they've been turned into us internally. Our communication to principals will include that they need to share with families what the lunch plan is as they send out their welcome back letters. So we'll be sure to include that to make sure that they send those out or talk about the plans with families.
Very quickly, do we have any numbers as to the percentage of our students we believe are vaccinated and that are eligible?
I don't. I just
Okay.
have the Seattle vaccination rates, if you want to know those for youth.
Sure.
It's not SPS. So it's for 12 to 19 years old. The rate is 67 to 71%, depending on the areas of the city. So there's a range. So 67 to 71.
And timelines for when families can expect certain types of information, such as bus routes and schedules and is in class schedules. And I'll just as a reminder, now that we are doing testing to ask everyone to get in the practice of confirming whether you're talking about academic testing versus COVID testing when we all speak, because people will get very confused very quickly. So, and in not good ways.
That's great feedback.
Because I assume that the timelines for many things are a bit delayed, and I think the parents now know the clock is ticking, and to the extent that we're getting timelines out to families about when to expect which information, I think would give them a sense of calm right now. Just a request from me personally as a SPS parent.
Yeah. So are you talking about specific student schedules, like the class schedule and the bus?
Well, I mean, we have kids that are transitioning to high school, kids that are transitioning to middle, their orientation, their just all the little nits and gnats. And then I think one follow-up question about that relative to transportation is with ORCA cards and getting those renewed or getting them again or getting them period, and the extent to which we are utilizing any kind of opt-out scenario for students that can manage with Metro, and what those bus systems are going to look like. And because I think that's probably what a lot of us are getting questions about. We just need to know where to send them. So help us wayfind for you on those.
We will. Thank you. We'll follow up on those.
Okay, and with that, we need to move on. So let me turn it back to the superintendent.
Okay, I'd like to invite musical chairs here, Dr. Pedrosa up to give us a quick update on the virtual option. And then we'll follow up with that with Deputy Gannon on the Bitter Lake situation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just a quick update on the virtual option pilot program. Just wanted to share, just recapping some of the information, just to clarify. In terms of enrollment, when we did the initial request for K-12, it was about 309 students that had enrolled as of August 2nd, 2021. I just want to share that it was across the entire K-12 system, the 300-ish students, and across all programming in Seattle Public Schools. So just want to share it. So there was a few students in EL, a few students in McKinney-Vento, and then all the various other programming that we had across the district. So I wanted to share that. Directly after, we did send a communication directly to the 612 families, letting them know that the options that they had and why we were not going to continue on with the 612 option. That was approximately 155 students. And then the next day, we set out a course of communication direct one-to-one communication from the various departments and supports, including our customer service, our ombuds office, our EL department, our admissions office, as well as special education and our McKinney-Vento department, all set out to call. The update as of today is that every family has been contacted. Our special education, McKinney-Vento, ELL families, all 100% of them had been contacted with a personal phone call, and we talked to them directly if they've had somebody. Of the remaining families, we have about 40 families that we have not been able to contact. Not from lack of trying, so that either phone's not working, either that wasn't the guardian, ghost numbers, so that's something we're working through. They've tried to do emails and such, but we're still committed to continue to do that outreach for those remaining 40 families. So just wanted to let you know that's where we're at. And then we're going to follow through with a different set of type of communication to reach those families. For enrollment, as of this week, we are near 300 students, which was our original goal for K-5. For the K-5, we call it the VOP programming. And we are working on an enrollment appeal process for the families. And then the one thing I want to share with everyone here, because this question has come up and we met with the customer service people who are contacting families, we are making sure that any families that actually had a choice enrollment or an option school enrollment after this year will have the option to go back to their choice school. So that is something we're putting in place to make sure we're communicating with that with all of the families. And also the final thing I will add is the secondary thing is just to, this is something for all community to know. We understand that for families who really want to stay in Seattle Public Schools, and I just want to say this to everybody, if you have a student that actually has a new, maybe they've been newly diagnosed with anxiety or something, 504 options is an option to get some remote access opportunities. And so just want to let people know that 504, people who've never had a 504 plan before may not know that. But if you know of somebody that within the last year and a half that has, depression or some new health conditions or needs some social emotional guidance, and they don't have to have a full diagnosis, it's just that you are aware of that. So that is an option, and we're letting the people who are making the phone calls know to triage that a little bit with the families. But I want to make that out public now that is an option for our families. We have a few cases of those students, their 504 plans are supporting those students who might need some either videos or online access in that way. So that's another option for families who want to remain in the district. So just wanted to put that out there. Are there any questions?
Director Rivera-Smith?
Oh, thank you, Chief Pedrosa. I was wondering about the, I've heard from a few families about, better? Okay. I've heard from a few families who are concerned about their sixth graders who are not old enough to be vaccinated. And, they're obviously wondering, could we open it up to sixth graders still, or is there any other?
We just talked about it ourselves. So there's two things to consider, just two problems that we need to deal with, the problem of practice. Sixth graders who are 11, and then the other one we just came up and learned about today, 12th graders who are enrolled in Seattle Promise. So those are two things we need to work through. So a 12th grader who's enrolled in Seattle Promise, if they disenroll from our system, right, that affects their Seattle Promise. So want to be really transparent that those are two things that we need to problem solve. And so we are going to be discussing and talking about a course of action for next steps on that, and we'll communicate that. But yes, those are the two things that we need to deal with, and I don't have an answer for that today, but it is on our radar. And we'll work on it through. We've got the enrollment option thing figured out, but those are the two things that we're aware of.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Director Hersey?
Thank you for all the work that's gone into this. I know that a lot of families were really disappointed, but also after receiving a lot of calls, a lot of families have felt a sense of relief. So happy to see progress there. You mentioned during your remarks, Dr. Pedrosa, that through a 504, and I'm also assuming an IEP, students would have access to some services. Could you give us a little bit more detail around, what does some services look like?
Well, I'll just share one. We have a student with a severe autoimmune system they have a 504 plan, and we are actually working with the teachers to do a videotaping of the classrooms, to upload, to have the students have access, make sure everything's online on Schoology, basically access to all of the coursework throughout their day. So that's an example of what we can do. 504 and the IEP process does support some type of making sure that those accommodations are in place and they're legal mandates.
Sure.
And so I just want to share that we already have plans in place for some of our students to do that.
Awesome. One quick follow-up, just highlighting the fact that, for us sitting at the John Stanford Center, like we know the systems that we built work, but as you know better than probably a lot of us who sit up at the dais, those don't always play out for families the way that we intend.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, what is the communication line in terms of ensuring that if a student did take advantage of that option and was not getting all of the care and attention that they need and are legally obligated to, what does that look like for families to respond?
Yeah, the one thing I encourage every family to do, and this is something that's really important, is families have the right to actually a meeting to address that right away through a process, whether it's an IEP team meeting or a 504 evaluation meeting. There's always that option. In fact, I just want to share with families, you can have a meeting once a month if you do, to sort of make sure that we get some of these services in place and honored. So, but that's the time, is to bring all the people together around the table to discuss the best course of action to move forward. And then sometimes it's about clarifying with the school staff or the families exactly what we are able to do to serve the student.
Sure. Really quick, sorry, another one. Could you tell me a little bit about, so you also mentioned that you did not necessarily need a full diagnosis from a practitioner. What do you need?
So there has to be, for example, there has to be a suspect of a disability.
Sure.
There has to be a suspect, like, so for example, I may not wear glasses, right? But my eyes may be compromised. My eyesight may be compromised, or there may be somebody that is suspected of having maybe depression. And symptoms of depression, so that would also qualify for families to be considered for a 504 plan.
Where would that note need to come from? Does it need to come from a physician, or can it come from the parent?
It can come from the parent or
Mike,
the teacher.
please.
Yeah.
Director Hersey, Mike, please. You're getting a little far from your mic.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it can come from anybody. It can come from a caretaker. It can come from a teacher. It can come from the parent. It can come from the student. So the student can advocate for themselves as well. I do want to add one more thing just really quickly. I do want to share that the people that we talked to have expressed that, there are a few people, just in terms of the type of conversations they're having with folks, that there are a few people that are, they said that they've been going pretty well. And then people are pretty, adamant that they want the online option. And there's a few things that we're still working through. But for the most part, people seem pretty positive about the interactions that they're having with families.
Is Director Harris.
Thank you. A couple of my questions were answered just now. Thanks. Does this also address makeup services from last year and from summer?
So I'll just, those are recovery services. So we'll talk about recovery services, and there'll be an update, at the next committee meeting, the SSC&I committee meeting about recovery services. Recovery services are in place for over the next 2 years. They can happen at any time that the team decides, and the team includes the parent throughout the year. So recovery services are in addition to the IEP services during the school day. They could happen, for example, if I decided for my child, as an example, that I wanted him to have, that the whole team decided that we wanted him to have his recovery services in the after school or in the morning before school, then that's the plan to do that. So if something did not happen in the summer, or if we didn't complete something in the summer, we have 2 years to continue to provide services through summer, through the entire year. But yes, those are going to continue.
Thank you. One more question. You sent out a memo to us. Thank you for keeping us informed very much. And you listed a number of online schools.
Yes.
Are any of those online schools charter schools? And if so, which ones?
You know what? I don't know. I don't have the list of the charter schools, but those are the list of state-approved schools that are online options, but I can find out. I don't know the list. I don't
And
have
if
that.
you would
answer.
just let the entire board,
Yeah.
not just myself.
Yeah, no,
know.
I'll let everyone. I actually have to follow up with another email for a couple of student situations, but yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Mhm.
And I think that information is readily available on the OSPI site as well.
Yeah.
Director Dury?
Especially for the K-5 students who are choosing to stay remote because they are unvaccinated. If a vaccination is available to them and they're able to get it, are they able to return to in-classroom services during the school year?
Good question. I thought I addressed that, but we are working on an appeal process so we recognize that there'll be some families that want to go back to their home school or actually want to go remote. So we're actually working through a process to have in place for families, but I don't know if it's going to be as easy as I want to go back because there's some things, but we are working on an appeal process for that.
Is that appeal process both ways then?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a both way process.
Okay, one last
It
question.
is Seattle after all.
One last question follow-up question to Director Rivera-Smith, if you can make it very quick.
A bit about the appeals, so I was going to ask you, messaging was kind of, some parents felt it was discouraging, so they didn't apply, and now learning that there are variances for why you can get into it, they might want to consider it, so the appeals process will be the channel for that.
Yeah, we're going to put something on the website around that. We're actually pretty close to 300, but we are putting something on the website to address and to outline the process.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so offline at another time, I'd also like to hear about accommodations. Thank you so much for that explanation around students with 504 plans who have experienced, who are in a new place or existing place around with anxiety, depression, and other things that might require them to need to be doing some remote schooling. And so at a future date, I'd love to hear about how we accommodate students who are getting some amount of counseling and those appointments needing to be during school days. I think we're well aware of how few and far between those opportunities are, and we want them to be able to take advantage of them when they can get them. And so how do we accommodate that within their school schedules?
And we have a wellness plan that I'll be happy to share with you in the future.
Great.
Absolutely.
But offline, because we need to move on,
Yep.
let's go ahead and go to Deputy Superintendent
Thank
Gannon
you.
around Bitter Lake. Thank you, Dr. Pedrosa.
Good afternoon, directors. I wanted to provide a brief update on our efforts at the Bitter Lake encampment. I want to begin by emphasizing that all of what I will describe is aimed at the goal of returning the Bitter Lake property to its historical use and removing the encampment. We continue to approach this challenge with compassion and patience, but these are temporary steps I'm about to describe while more permanent shelter options are developed. The district's position remains that those in this encampment are trespassers who have to leave, and soon, hopefully, but we also recognize that it is not realistic or productive for SPS to try to sweep them out immediately. Chief Podesta and I have been making regular visits to the encampment to interact with Anything Helps, the organization that we have a contract with, their volunteer team, as led by Mike Mathias. The Anything Helps team has been on the ground at Bitter Lake since early July. They're providing a range of services, including helping residents access the services they need, housing assistance, medical appointments, etc., and also securing for them everyday needs, such as food and water, ID, and transportation. The Anything Helps team has built a rapport and a relationship with nearly every resident of the camp. This helps not only in getting a reasonably accurate general census count, but also to understand the many needs present in that population. The Anything Helps team is also assisting in general cleanliness of the camp, everything from trash removal to storage consolidation and keeping the common areas clean and accessible. To date, Anything Helps has expended funds received through donations. Anything Helps and Mr. Matthias estimate that the current population of the Bitter Lake encampment is roughly 75 to 80 tents with 65 to 70 residents. They've also helped secure shelter or stable housing for at least 15 former residents and maybe a handful more. The camp has also experienced an influx, likely due to the closure of other camps in the area. Anything Helps and Mr. Matthias have also made contact with many local community members to listen to their concerns and to try and act on some of those concerns. And I will say that in my estimation, this has helped ease tension within the community a great deal. For any of you who have visited or recently seen the site, the district has erected a fence along the main path that leads to the Broadview Thompson School. This is intended to create a physical and visual barrier, potentially enabling the gate to the playground and school area to be opened at the beginning and end of each school day. We have not made that determination. We're in contact with the principal and really beginning to assess whether that's a viable option. The district is also preparing to enter into a contract for security and conflict mediation services at the property. This is intended to provide additional resource to Anything Helps, to keep the overall area safe, to de-escalate issues as they arise and before they require outside intervention, while also assuring that there is additional staffing present during the busy times at the camp and as the school opens. The district is in active conversations with King County's Department of Community and Human Services. As some of you may know, the county recently announced the purchase of a North End hotel to provide shelter to those experiencing chronic homelessness. 15 of those spots have been set aside specifically for the Bitter Lake encampment. So we are working with the county to figure out how to make the connection between the residents and those rooms. The district and Anything Else have also been in active conversation with Public Health Seattle-King County. Public health teams have been on site conducting outreach and some preliminary health assessments and are working to assure that as residents are placed into shelter or permanent housing, there is continuity of health service. The district held a community meeting on July 15th to lay out our tentative plan. We answered questions and we received a great deal of feedback. We intend to host a follow-up meeting later this month before the school year begins. And as I said earlier, we have been in frequent contact with Principal Blish and continue to support the school community's needs in the weeks ahead. So that's my short update, but I'm also happy to answer any questions that I can at this point.
As we are behind, any burning questions on the matter? Director Harris?
I have two. What are the costs of the additional security conflict resolution presently that you're anticipating? And second, I noticed you didn't mention the city of Seattle. Where are we with them, if anywhere?
Director Harris, I have the security contract as a proposal. I don't remember off the top of my head the exact figure, but I'm happy to provide that to you. We have not yet entered that contract. It's still in the evaluation phase, but I'm happy to follow up directly. And I will artfully dodge your question and say that King County has been a very active and helpful partner, and we continue to work directly with them and express our gratitude for their resource.
Okay, and I would just like to say, kids, that's how you demonstrate your humanity and your community. And I could not be more grateful to our operations staff, Chief Podesta, Deputy Superintendent Gannon, Superintendent Jones, all of our, any names that you would like to mention, please do so now, because I am profoundly grateful for, not that we are spending educational time and dollars on this, but that we are demonstrating to our community how we take care of one another in a good way. Okay. Do we need a break? There's some right back there. So we will take a really brief recess and be back at 5:30 to start on student outcomes focused governance. about student outcomes focused governance at the March board retreat. Prior to that, I have had the very, very good fortune and hard work of being involved in the Council of Great City Schools chair cohort, which is directly related to training around student outcomes focused governance. And as a brief explanation of what this work is, this governance structure is intended to help align board actions and activities to the vision our community has for our students. It is intended to help us be more effective leaders by clarifying, crystallizing the role and work of the board in upholding the vision and values of the community, and the superintendent in implementing those vision and values, all in the service of improved outcomes for Seattle Public Schools students. And today, the goals and guardrails we as a board have been working on along with staff will be introduced. I wanted to just provide a bit more background. This board has set some really strong goals as a board for the year to become very clear on how we operate under best practices and good governance. And that has been, this student outcomes focused governance has been one of the primary tasks that we've undertaken in that regard, as well as the work that we did over this past month in July with the Harvard Accelerating Board Capacity Institute. And our focus on good governance not only represents the vision and values of community and doing so well and with fidelity, but is expressly focused on holding the superintendent accountable for implementing that vision and values with fidelity, and doing so with clarity and consistency with respect to monitoring. And what I find most exciting about this work is it really is taking our existing strategic plan and the goals therein and turning those goals into truly actionable, implementable goals with accompanying guardrails and the staff interim goals and guardrails, which will be presented to us today. The work that is the student outcomes focused governance model really came out of an idea that very few school boards throughout the country were investing a meaningful amount of time in working towards those things that correlate with improvements in outcomes for students, and rather are involved and focused on adult behaviors and inputs. And so this is a pretty major shift, and it's a heavy amount of work, and I want to express my gratitude to staff for uplifting this with us as a board. I think it's some of the most important work that we will ever do in Seattle Public Schools, and I think it builds on decades of work that many people who have come before us have tried to push toward. And I sincerely hope that many who have been here and are still here will see us in this way realizing the goals that we have set out for ourselves, which are very lofty, and yet we are watching our colleagues across the country. They're catching up with us. And we have a lot to learn from some of them. There's some school districts around the country that are really doing this well, and it's been a joy to be in space with them and learn from them in some of the most intense times that any school directors, any school leaders, school administrators have ever faced. And so we have good work ahead of us. And today, as we look at this, we're also joined by AJ Craybill from the Council of Great City Schools, with whom I have been overjoyed to be able to work. And AJ, are you there with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I get it right? Is there anything you want to add before I hand it over to staff?
You absolutely nailed it. There aren't magic bullets out here. There's just doing the work to serve children in a way that's consistent with the vision and values of the community, figuring out what you did that could be improved upon, making that improvement, and doing the work again, and just repeating that cycle over and over, constantly just being a little bit stronger, a little bit more focused on the unique needs of each student we face. And the more the board behaves in that way, the easier it is for staff to be focused in that way as well. And so just excited by the work that y'all have been doing, and eager to be supportive however I can be.
Fantastic. Over to you, Superintendent Jones.
Thank you, President Hampson. I really appreciate your remarks, and I'm overjoyed to be part of this cohort that will get us to that model that we've been aspiring to be to for a while now. And you're right, it's been many groups that have come before us that have really tried to get focused on this governance model, and I think we're there. And thank you for letting us indulge you in some of the things that aren't necessarily related to goals and guardrails as we presented to you before this session of this board meeting, but those are necessary, and we're going to learn how to take care of all those things that are very meaningful and relevant and timely and even crisis oriented, and still stay focused on our goals and guardrails. And so thank you for being on this journey with us, and AJ, thank you for being our coach. We appreciate you, and I'm hoping that you will keep your pencil sharp and your critique on point for us as we grow and develop into these goals and guardrails. So without further ado, I know we're short on time, so we'll try to be efficient yet effective. And I have a partner to my left, Dr. Scarlett, who will co-present the goals and guardrails. Pretty much I'll talk about the guardrails and Keisha will talk about the goals. So this should be a reflection of what you all stood up over the last, I don't know, we've been on this for 5 months. I'll walk us through the timeline, but this should be a comprehensive reflection of what you all have stood up as the community's values and visions. So without further ado, Julia is going to be the VJ, video jockey, on moving us through the slides. So the outcome today is to formally introduce revised goals and guardrails. And these are aligned to Seattle Excellence, our strategic plan. And this is to support the student outcome focused governance. We're looking for this to be approved on August 25th. And the other piece that we want to make sure that we have as an outcome is an explanation of the measures of evidence of learning. And so the agenda is two-part. Review the top line goals and guardrails, and review the interim goals and guardrails. So we remain open for feedback. We have 2 weeks to mature whatever your feedback is and to operationalize that into goals and guardrails for you all to approve on August 25th. And again, AJ, stay with us, and in the interim, we'll make those adjustments as you find things that need improvement. Next slide. Just to ground us, this is a glossary of the terms that we've used over the last 5 months together. Goals, guardrails, outcomes, outputs, interim goals, and interim guardrails. And the board role is to uphold the community values and vision and monitor progress. The superintendent and staff's role is to operationalize the values and vision. And if we're on the same page on this, I can proceed. If we're not, we need to stop and pause and talk about our various respective roles. Okay, next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we started this journey in March in a retreat. That's when we were introduced to student outcome focused governance. I think Director Hampson and others were introduced to this through the Council for Great City Schools, and now it's manifesting in us kicking that off in March. In March through May, we had work sessions to start to discuss the goals and guardrails, what the nature of those are and how they manifest. In June, we had a retreat where we really dove deeply into what these may look like and how they may be constructed. And then in July, we continued that work, and now we're at the August board meeting. And this is where we've we're kind of putting some finishing work on the goals and guardrails, and then we're going to have a portfolio of measures to go along with that. And then as we move into September, we'll have listening sessions, we'll have some shifts in practice, how we allocate our time. We'll talk about the interim assessments and the needs for those, and then we'll talk about the strategy of alignment between the board, central office, and school buildings. So this is a milestone today to introduce what we believe to be refined goals and guardrails. Next slide, please. So Dr. Scarlett is going to kind of introduce these, what we're calling top line goals. I'll come back with introducing the top line guardrails, and then we'll have some more discussion around the interim goals and then the interim guardrails. So Director Hampson, I want you to be able to interject questions from the board members along the way as you see fit. But without further ado, Dr. Scarlett.
Excuse just one moment, Dr. Scarlett, I'm sorry. As you have questions, if you could please give me a, get my attention, and I will call on you for questions as we go along. So please don't interrupt, but let me know that you have a question. Thank you.
Sorry, President Hampson. This is Director Rankin interrupting. But what is the kind of best way to signify from remote if we have a question?
Send me a text.
Okay. Thanks.
I know we're not supposed to do that, AJ, but this is just to give me a heads up.
All right, good evening. Thank you so much. I feel like we'd be remiss as not to thank Julia Worth for all the work, the tireless work of helping us get prepared for this time. So thank you so much, Julia. Just as I get a chance to get started, and Dr. Jones said the word manifest. So I brought my Black Space Manifesto right here, and I want to channel a few things as we spend this time with you together. A few principles within that. One of them is to cultivate wealth, which is abundance. The time, talent, and treasure that we have available to us, both within the institution, within our directors, within our students and families and our staff. To promote excellence, which is to allow excellence to build influence that creates opportunities for present and future generations. And then lastly, another principle out of those 14 that I want to manifest in this is manifest the future, which is to imagine and design a future into existence right now, because our kids can't wait. All right, so let's move to the next slide. Thank you. All right, so top line graduation CCR goal. So we have a top line goal here. The percentage of Black boys and teens in each cohort or class who graduate and successfully complete at least one advanced course will increase from 52% in June 2019 to 62% in 2024. This readiness criterion is one that is most strongly correlated with post-secondary success, and one on which we can make progress in the short term and long term in is students' successful completion of one or more advanced courses. I was a middle school principal. I don't think I need to project my voice. It just really seems loud. I've never had trouble projecting my voice. So one great example, this is Rainier Beach IB High School. Mr. Chappelle, even years ago, had successfully mandated for all of their IB, to have IB courses for all of their students, and that's been going on for several years. My daughter, who was a class of 2016, she did the entire diploma, and then my other daughter, who graduated in 2020, just did IB courses, but it was something that they mandated there, so we do have precedents for that. Do they do it also? Okay, thank you so much. All right, so next slide. The next slide, 7th grade math goal. You'll see here that we have the percentage of Black boys and teens in 7th grade who achieve proficiency or higher on the 7th grade Smarter Balanced assessment. And math will increase from 23% in June 2019 to 45% in June 2024, and to 70% in 2026. So essentially doubling over 3 years and reaching the targeted 70% in 5 years. So please note that we did a shift in the timeline. You see beyond sort of that orange area in year 3 to include year 4 and year 5. So as we shift the timeline beyond 23, spring 23-24, we're looking even beyond the end of the strategic plan term to have continuous projected growth as we have a stronger K-5 math system. And so part of this is the implementation of a K-5 adoption for mathematics that will increase the strength of our math system. Next slide. Next top line goal is 3rd grade reading. The percentage of Black boys who achieve English language arts proficiency or higher on the 3rd grade Smarter Balanced Assessment will increase from 28% in June 2019 to 70% in 2024. And so you'll see what our different measures are that we have projected for that all the way through year 5. Next slide. And I'll give it to Dr. Jones to give the top line guardrails.
So do we want to stop and see if there's questions or comments, or proceed?
Dury? Sorry, Director Dury.
This is like a probably high level question, but is with the conversation,
I think you can hear everybody.
with the conversation happening around the SBA in particular, is there an opportunity, this may be an AJ question actually, for us to evolve or change the assessment that we use in the goal as we get better assessment tools?
Everybody check their mics, please.
Okay.
So do we want to address that now? Because that's addressed extensively in other points in the presentation. Do we want to talk about that now, or can we address that later?
I mean, I have a few notes here. It was if the question came up, I was
Okay.
going to talk about it.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. You know, the SBA does give us an opportunity to know how well the SPS system is serving students in narrow domains of reading and mathematics both. So we are using the SPS as our pipeline measure. Maybe if you, did you turn off yours? Turn off yours. Like dueling, okay. And also, you know, one of the concerns that we're continuing to address is making sure the SBA is really used in a way that emphasizes student learning and achievement rather than deficit-based like achievement gaps between students of color and like white students. And so we're far past that narrative in the district. We're not using that narrative. So, but we do believe that maintaining SBA as a top line measure for this goal sends an important message to our broader system. The SPS is committed to following through on the goals and objectives that we set in 2019. And so consistency and focus are essential for success in a system as large as SPS. So as a state mandated assessment, the SBA is and will continue to be the basis for other forms of state and public accountability. So we will use it for internal accountability to support our ongoing alignment as we work continuously to improve our complex system. And so we're using it as the top line measure for systemic accountability, but it is far from the only data point. So as we move into the presentation and talk about the interim measures and the possibility of the interim assessments, we can talk about how we'll have a broader sort of portfolio of measures that help to support and give what Dr. Williams always says, triangulated data around our students. Yeah.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, so top line guardrails, I'd like to think that these are less complex than the goals, and so we're going to be a little cleaner in terms of how these are represented. So just for the construction of this, we originally had 3 guardrails, but some of the guardrails were 2-part guardrails, so we broke them out into 5. And according to AJ, our limit is 5. And so if you see something and you want to be creative, you're gonna have to negotiate with AJ to add another guardrail. Okay, so first guardrail. This guardrail is about how the superintendent will not allow district initiatives to go forth without engaging students of color furthest from educational justice and their families. Originally, this guardrail had students of color further some educational justice in their families and then the greater community. This has been refined down to students of color and from educational justice and their families. And so this is a fundamental change in this guardrail. And so I want the board to understand that and to approve that if you're okay with that specificity. If not, I think that's some direction you need to give back to staff around. Go back and reconstruct it with the original thrust in here, but wanted to point that out. So when we get to the question and comment period, you're gonna make a note of this one. The second guardrail, the superintendent will not allow implementation or adoption of any programming that does not prioritize educational and racial equity. This is our consistent commitment to racial equity, policy 0030, and all the other things that we've developed over time. And so we're going to make sure that the superintendent cannot implement anything that we consider to be significant without racial equity being first and foremost. Third guardrail. This guardrail, the superintendent will not allow building, central office, and educational leaders to isolate or excuse themselves from the district-wide vision, values, and anti-racism initiatives. This one in the plainer language is leaders are invested in anti-racism. I believe that was the intent of what the board was talking about as they constructed this guardrail. Number 4, superintendent will not allow the use of disciplinary actions as a substitute for culturally responsive behavior, social emotional supports for students, and those with and without disabilities. Years ago, 2015, board member Harriet Martin Morris led a moratorium on elementary suspensions and expulsions. This is carrying forth the spirit of that we are going to think through what can we do to create the conditions for students to thrive before we use punishment or discipline, but rather try to create welcoming environments to mitigate that. So this one is about alternatives to punishment, being culturally responsive, and using the tools that we have in our social emotional learning toolkit. Number 5, please. This one is about the superintendent not allowing any district department or school building to provide an unwelcoming environment with our departments, schools, and classrooms. Again, coming from the spirit of policy 0030, we've talked about creating welcoming environments. You've heard me talking about creating the conditions for students to thrive. This one is really about each classroom, each building, our entire district having a welcoming environment. So hopefully these 5 guardrails are reflective of what you all have said are the values of the community. And if they're not, then we go back and we work them a little bit. So those are your goals and guardrails at the top line. And then the next section of this presentation, we'll talk about the interim measures for how do we really look at those.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. I'm going to start with number 3. That's right. The superintendent will not allow building, central office, or educator leaders to isolate or excuse themselves from district-wide vision, values, and anti-racism initiatives. I'm feeling like this doesn't really specify educators by the wording. I'm not sure if maybe that was intentional or not, but I think our intention is to include them in this. So I would maybe suggest it be not allow building leaders, central office, or educators to isolate or excuse themselves from district-wide vision. I feel like if we're not specific in that, it leaves wiggle room and then lack of the ability to hold accountable the educators who aren't following through with that. So that's my suggestion in that one. I guess on this, my next one was on the superintendent will not allow. Well, do you have anything you want to say? The first one, I'll that one first word.
The number 3 was constructed really to focus specifically on leaders, and that is leaders' responsibility to hold folks accountable throughout their building, create the conditions for accountability. If we also include that educators with that, those are the folks on the front lines, if you will. So we've constructed these so that we're really talking about those responsible for leading buildings and or departments. And so it's a fundamental change, which is acceptable. But I would ask the board, where do you all want to go in terms of including educators? And are there other staff that we would include in that as well?
Yeah, and this is AJ. I would just clarify that obviously the golden guardrails belong to the board. So whatever direction you all want to go as we reach a place of finalizing these, that is your call. That's no one else can make that decision but the board. What the administration has attempted to do is take what you all have shared with them and try to execute on that. And in the context of the district's operations. And so if, as the administration has tried to offer an interpretation of how to implement your goals and guardrails, it doesn't match with the board's expectations, then this is most certainly the time to lift that up. But I would request that you all do so formally and by suggesting, yes, I recommend we make this specific change in language, and then leave it open to board, your colleagues as to whether or not that modification works for them as well, whether or not that modification that you put forward is consistent with the board as a whole's understanding of the community's vision and values.
So let's just do a quick check-in, a note for the presentation. There's a period missing at the end of that sentence. And I'll just go first and quickly say, I certainly theoretically, I'm not opposed. I fully understand where you're coming from on that, Director Rivera-Smith. However, I also, or I should say at the same time, I also think it's important that these guardrails are focused on what the superintendent can actually affect. And when we get into educators, then we get into the collective bargaining agreement, and that is a different area. So that's my initial thinking, but I remain open. Director Hersey, you had raised your pen. Director Rankin's going to go next, then Director Harris, and we'll hear from Director Dury after that.
So I think that I am leaning toward Director Rivera-Smith's position, and I'm thinking, but what I would like to hear is, given the collective bargaining piece, are there any concerns that you foresee immediately with making that change? What, if that seems difficult, can you give us a little bit about why?
Historically, we have not comprehensively held people accountable to the behaviors associated with this, the spirit of this. So we would have to put some measures into place to do that. And I think we should and can. I mean, our policy supports that. So we just we're not experienced with getting it down to that level. And so I think there's an opportune time, but it's going to take a little work.
AJ, given what Dr. Jones just shared, is there any resource or support that the Council for Great City Schools can provide for us in context to any districts that are doing that part really well? Also knowing full well that we're going to be heading into, a full open bargaining year very soon. This seems like the opportune.
Excellent point.
Yeah, this seems like the opportune time to really get clear about what our definition of accountability is, especially in terms of contract language.
Yes, we can certainly reach out to other districts across the country, pull together a sense of what they're doing in a particular area, and then share that back out with you all. So you all just need to, preferably, if the board chair could synthesize what the request is and email it to me, And then I will take that and reach out to other districts to put together a report for you regarding what they're doing. I will highlight.
Yeah, and just really,
if the
sorry.
board,
You're still talking.
just to clarify, to the extent that the board puts expectations regarding staff behavior, whether leadership staff or frontline staff behavior in your guardrails, then what you are effectively doing is prohibiting your bargaining team from coming back with anything that is inconsistent with those. And so if they feel like there is something that is not consistent with the plain language made available in the guardrails, then you are effectively barring them from coming back with anything that doesn't match up with that. I'm not telling you that as a caution. I'm clarifying the power that the board wields and what it means to wield it. And so if that is your intention, I think it's a powerful way to voice the community's vision and values. But I certainly would not want you to use that potency without being very clear that that's what you're doing.
Thank you, AJ, for that. I think that's kind of where we're at, right? So like, as long as I've been on the board, everything I've heard from community, everything I've heard from senior staff, accountability, right? And I feel as though I'm caught in this rock and a hard place, knowing that we have a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time, that we've been blessed to have Dr. Jones with us. But at the same time, if we're going to do this, I really want to get as far as we can without leaving anything on the table in terms of what is it going to take to reform our system, right? And I know that, you know, we as leaders can say X, Y, and Z about what we want and what our aspirations and our vision is, but until we find a way to hold every single person in the system accountable, especially those in the classroom, to these goals, I worry that it's going to be even more difficult to reach those aspirational numbers that we set forth. So that's just my 2 cents. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, and just to clarify, it's all fantastic conversation, but I want to make sure we hear from everybody and keep moving. We won't solve this tonight. It sounds like we have really strong, clear direction, and then I'll check in with Superintendent Jones about what we both heard. Director Harris? Director Rankin? Director
Thank you.
Rankin?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
I actually support it as written. For me, the superintendent, the accountability for staff lies, or for building level staff lies with, the monitoring and accountability from the superintendent to other supervisory roles. So if the superintendent is ensuring that building, central office, and educator leaders are upholding and not isolating or excusing themselves from district-wide vision, values, and anti-racism initiatives, for me, that means that in order to do that, they have to hold their own staff and their own buildings accountable as well. And in terms of like conversations with bargaining, other leaders, in order to participate and not isolate themselves, would be entering bargaining spaces, discussions with staff, etc., from this perspective. So I'm afraid of going into areas that the superintendent can't actually directly impact, and I want to keep it focused on this higher level, and then the accountability coming at all levels, ultimately because the superintendent is holding leaders accountable. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
I could not agree more that we need to add educators and staff in here. As far as I'm concerned, the classroom teachers are the leaders in the district. And this concept that we have a top-down model fries my bacon, quite frankly. And if we do not give the superintendent and school leaders and senior staff the tools with which to do their job, then you don't have accountability. And we all can put together the parade of horribles of frontline staff, boots on the ground, that have pooched it and harmed our children. It has to be added in there. And couple of questions. Did we collaborate with SEA and PASS on these goals? Did we share them with them? Did we discuss with them these goals and what the implications of those would be? And it would seem to me that if we have staff that we are paying that are harming our children, then we've got to quit lifting up the rug and sweeping under it and actually give the superintendent and the legal staff and the HR staff the tools with which to do their jobs. Very strongly support this. I want to push back a little bit about Harry and Martin Morris's assistance.
I'm not going to.
Talking about number one, or we?
No,
Excuse me.
We're
Please.
talking about all of them, but we're going to stay focused on feedback on the goals and guardrails.
I appreciate that, but the superintendent brought up information, and I think I have something to
We're
add.
on time.
When Harry and Martin Morris put forth that very, very courageous resolution, and the board passed it, we all are aware that Superintendent Nyland sent his resignation in the next day and then withdrew it. So things haven't changed that much here, is my point there. The other question that I have.
Okay, hold
May
on.
I?
No, Director Harris,
Excuse me.
we're responding to Director Rivera-Smith's suggestion on this
So are
particular.
we now limited just to that question?
That's
that
what we're.
what you're
I
telling
said that
me?
I would ask for everybody's input on that one question.
Thank you.
So if
I'd
you've
like
done
an
that,
opportunity to address the others. Thank you.
we'll move on.
At some
Okay,
point.
Director DeWolf.
Thank you, President Hampson. I concur with Director Rankin on this question. I don't agree with Director Rivera-Smith or Director Harris. Thank you.
Director Drury, do you want to weigh in?
I think it should include everybody. I mean, the guardrails are explicit to state the values of the community, and I can't think of something that I can't imagine an area where we would exclude anyone from that. And so I think that we need to be very clear that this is system-wide, and I support the change.
Okay, so we've had a chance to hear from everybody about that. AJ, unless you think that we need to come to a conclusion on that, I'd like to keep us moving.
Director Hampson, can I add one comment? Because I helped Dr. Jones on this language just briefly.
Sure.
So just the term educator leaders, we weren't specifically thinking about, so we believe everyone in the context of education are leaders. That includes the custodian. It includes the paraeducator, right? There are so many people that have leadership in their schools. And so we use the educator leader component to encompass all of the leaders within the school context that work and support children. And if you even talk to even our union partners, when they talk about their SAOPs, and they talk about them as educators within the whole context of educators. And so I just wanted to clarify that that was what we were talking about in terms of the context of schools and anyone that supports students. Leadership manifests in different ways. So we wanted to encompass leaders and make sure that everyone in the system that supports kids see themselves as leaders in support of students. So that's why we chose that language. Just wanted to clarify that.
That's incredibly helpful.
So then the recommended change doesn't change the essence of it. It's just, because the essence was to include educators, then you're saying. I know, I think that's what, is that what I heard?
So a couple things. If you look at the interim guardrails, they're more specific to leaders. And so the way we've constructed the interim guardrails, it calls out leaders. Now, interim guardrails can't call out everything, but that's where we're going to measure the impact. We can, however, we still have this interpretation that's broad that we can make more specific. But the way the interim guardrails are crafted, they're talking about holding leadership accountable. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you. So I would like to make it more specific. So I do hold my recommendation.
Okay, I'm going to remind everybody that there have been many, many opportunities to give input on these guardrails. So we're not going to change puppy to small dog. B, where we have some clarity or some misunderstanding in terms of intent versus impact. And with this language, I think we need to talk about it a bit more offline and hopefully come to an agreement prior to our next, prior to approval. And then if we can keep the rest of the comments as concise as possible, any additional comments about these so that we can move on to the interim goals and guardrails, because that's really where the rubber meets the road. And that's where the staff have done a tremendous amount of work. Director Versmith, you had one more?
I did. I'll actually, it was more of a question that I don't need to go into now, but just to put an end cap on my previous one. I don't know if the word hold was the wrong word to use there. I do still recommend the change. I think that because it doesn't change the essence anyways, I think it's worth having that language change in there to show that, to not leave it the interpretation, to not leave it to be misinterpreted. I can't speak. And leave too much wiggle room there. So that's all for me. Thanks.
But did you have another?
I did, but it's more of a question that's not.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right. So Director Harris, did you have another question or comment?
Did on both 1 and 2. I feel strongly that we need to add the greater community back in. I appreciate the emphasis on students of color furthest from educational justice and their families. However, the folks that fund our schools are the greater community. And, you know, the more we have the greater community helping us, the better off we are. And we've got, you know, levies coming up. Number 2, Dr. Jones referred to policy 0030, and I'm curious as to what the status is of anti-racism policy 0040. Haven't heard anything in a long time.
Okay, we're not going to go off topic, so that latter question won't be responded to.
Now, will it be responded to in the future?
That will happen in the future. So your question on number 1, was there another question, or do you want to get that response?
I'm happy to have the conversation start regarding the greater community, voters, accountability, money.
So, and before you respond to that, Dr. Jones, if I may, I think one of the things that I appreciated in the staff input on this, when the question was asked to all of us, is that while what we do is to represent the vision and values of community, that doesn't necessarily mean that the community decides how that gets implemented. And I think that that's pretty critical. And I think I know that we waste a tremendous amount of time chasing our own tail, trying to accomplish a notion of community engagement that in fact is really far from what our students need in order to successfully know and be able to do the things that they need to know and be able to do when they leave Seattle Public Schools. So that's my reason for supporting that. Now, Dr. Jones, go ahead.
So the construction of this is also pretty much consistent, at least in Brent's interpretation of the Seattle Excellence Plan. So it's recognizing the specificity of that. And so this is kind of similar to the last guardrail that we just talked about. Are we talking about a broad, or are we talking about targeted? And so it's certainly not missed on me that we need to talk to community as a whole. This was really trying to articulate which community are we really trying to focus on. So from a board perspective, I'm seeking actually your guidance around, do we really want to be focused on this students of color furthest from educational justice and families, or that and broader community? So it's really an articulation of where do we want to put our emphasis. And so we can spread it wider, and that's a more resource intensive, which is fine, or we can have a more targeted approach. And so kind of put it back to the board around, where are you seeing, what's your guidance to us around, where do you want to see the emphasis?
Director Rankin.
Thanks. I support this one also as written. because it's a guardrail, it's not a goal. So it doesn't say that the superintendent will only engage students of color further from educational justice and their families, but it's the opposite. I think, our standard, our baseline is, oh yeah, we did community engagement. Of course, yeah, we talked to the community and blah, 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 blah. But this says, okay, before you move an initiative forward, did you make sure that you engage students of color furthest from educational justice and their families specifically? And so I don't think it's to the exclusion of the broader community. It's just, it's kind of demonstrating targeted universalism, that the typical way of doing doesn't go deep enough, and we specifically have to not allow initiatives to go forward without specifically engaging students of color furthest from educational justice and their families. And if we haven't done that in stakeholder engagement, then we are not done with engagement.
I concur.
I think that was Director DeWolf. Okay, Director Harris, I think we can move off of that, and you had other comments, questions on other guardrails? Okay, if there are no other comments, questions, or concerns about guardrails, then we will move on. Dr. Jones.
Okay, so we are going to transition to the interim goals and then interim guardrails. And I have a feeling that we're going to spend a little time on interim goals to talk about some of the, well, here's the trailer. We're going to talk about assessments. And so I think that's where we're going to spend a majority of our time. So being realistic, I think that's where we need to maybe just say that the balance of our time will be spent there. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Scarlett.
Right. So you can move to the next slide. So this slide right here is our current assessment status. You'll notice that in the column we have all three of the goals in the first column. And then the next column is the top line measure, the interim in 21, 22, and then interims in 22, 23, and beyond. So the green checks indicate the measures and tools that we already have. So you can see they go all the way across the top line measures and also across the bottom row for CCER. The boxes indicate the need to identify and adopt. So there are two areas that we'll get into that we really want to spend time and engage and build political will around these areas of really the interim assessments and the interim assessments that we would use for both of these goal areas as well. And then predictive of a really great and collaborative process, the blue checks indicate the new tools that will be adopted as we move in 22, 23, and beyond. You can move to the next slide. And the next one. So we'll move into college and career readiness and talk a little bit about our interim goals within that. So annual progress for future graduating classes, 9th grade. So by June 2024, the percentage of Black boys and teens who earned a passing grade in at least 4 on track and 2 additional credits by the end of 9th grade will increase from 42% to 65%. You can see the measures for African American males and also for students furthest away from educational justice. We actually do have baseline and continuous data for these, so that's great that even amid COVID pandemic that we have continuous data in that. And then you can see by year 5 what we've made predictions on. So, so I will move to the next one. Next slide, thank you. Again, annual progress for the future graduating classes in 10th grade. So by June 2024, the percentage of Black boys and teens who earn a passing grade in at least 8 on track and 4 additional credits by the end of 10th grade will increase from 36% to 60%. And so there's the same setup that we have there as far as the group, the baseline data all the way to year 5. Next slide. So we do have a plan for the identification and adoption of interims for the 3rd grade literacy and 7th grade math, and those are those empty boxes that were in the graphic preceding this one. So this is what we do know we want for interims by 2023. We need to have a predictive and desired student outcomes that really inform teaching and learning, both anti-racist and culturally responsive practice that can be administered multiple times of the year, and that allow for system-wide progress monitoring with a fidelity of implementation. So we get away from different schools having their own sort of spreadsheets, and how do we have systemic tools to be able to look at this data system-wide. So at a process level, thinking about stakeholder engagement, collaborative with SEA and PASS, we do have some successful models from the past as far as like our PAR process that I was heavily involved with the implementation of. Looking at the early literacy assessment process using family information sessions. We already have an SEA and SPS joint committee, so we're already well within this partnership. And just making sure that we have assessment that meets the criteria and the need for interims as well. Next slide. So this is pretty much a recap of the one that I shared before. So we have the top line measures, you know, they're SBA, so yes, across that column. We know that the interims in 2021, we need to identify and adopt them and spend really time engaging with that, like I shared before. For 3rd grade literacy, for 7th grade mathematics, and CCR, we already have those passing grades on track courses in 9th and 10th grade. And then again, the interims in 2022, 23 and beyond. So again, we will have adopted interim assessments for both 3rd grade literacy, 7th grade mathematics. We'll continue with looking at the passing grades on track courses for 9th and 10th grade. And they'll be part of the overall portfolio of measures that we'll describe in even more detail on this next slide.
So can we go back 2 slides, please, Julia? Right there. I want the board to really be locked in on this. This is important here. When we talk about interims, that's been a challenging topic for years and years and years. So really just don't want to run past this. I want to be really clear on what we need to have in place in order to have the right construct for goals, for measuring. And so I invite AJ maybe to kind of take us back to what your coaching was for us around interim assessments, because I don't want to run past this without making sure the board is really clear on what question we have to answer regarding interim assessments.
Yeah, what's really important is all of this work is trying to identify how do, as a board, we help create a culture of continuous improvement. In order for continuous improvement to occur, you have to state what your expectations are up front. This is where, as a board, you identify the vision and values of the community and codify them as a set of goals and guardrails. And then you have to identify how you will measure progress relative to those priorities. That's what this conversation this evening is about, interim goals and interim guardrails. Then you actually have to do the work and measure, did we, using the interim goals and the interim guardrails, did we make the progress we intended? And then based on what we learned from that, what adjustments do we make? What worked, what didn't work? How do we continue to deploy what worked and make adjustments to spread that elsewhere? How do we step away from things that didn't work or modify them to a place of workability? And then implement again, and then measure again and adjust, and so on and so forth. The cycle continues. That cycle, however, only works if you have data that you can rely on throughout the year that gives you a sense of, are we making progress in the direction of our goals? Because your goals focus on the district at large, you really need data that is common across the district and that is administered multiple times per year that is predictive of the goals that you've described. Right now, my understanding is you don't have a lot of data that meets those criteria. So this idea of creating a continuous improvement cycle of constantly looking at what did we deploy for our scholars, and then did it work, did it not work, how do we improve, and then deploy again. The board isn't in a position right now to participate in the creation of that cycle as part of your work as a board. Certainly teachers have sufficient data to engage in that work at the classroom level because they have access to formative assessments that allow them to do so. But if you want to have that conversation at the level of the district, you're going to need some type of interim assessments that are common across the school system, that are administered multiple times per year, and that are appropriate to give you insights into whether or not you're actually accomplishing the things that you've described in your goals. Because you all don't have that, this is a larger conversation for you all than it is for most other school districts. Most of the districts that I interact with already have something of that nature, and it's a matter of making those tools better, making them more appropriate to the needs of the students, more appropriate to the needs of the teachers and principals and so on and so forth. It's a matter of perfecting those tools, but they have something in place, and now they are they're growing the efficacy of it. You all are at a different place. You just simply don't have those tools. And so what your administration is speaking to here is putting those in place. As I understand it, this is a conversation that has been had previously, and where ultimately the board has chosen not to do so. Now the conversation comes back to you. If you want to be a part of creating this culture of continuous improvement in your governance work, you're going to need to make a decision on how you will have access, what data you're going to be trusting to get you there. And if you want to pursue this, you're going to have the difficult conversation about deploying interim assessments that are common across the school system. Let me pause for a second and just check in with maybe just one or two board members just to make sure I'm not speaking entirely to myself. What are you hearing me say? I just want to hear from just maybe one or two folks just to see if I am articulating myself accurately. What are you hearing me say in this conversation about interim goals?
I'm going to call on Director Rankin because she asked to speak. I don't know what she was going to say, but now she gets to answer this question.
I mean, what I'm hearing you say, AJ, is what I have observed, which is we have a, we've had over the past, 5-6 years, I've seen, I don't know how many articles about the opportunity gap and, outcomes for white students, outcomes for Black students in Seattle public schools. And there's lots of good intent and will to change that, and a lot of sort of admiring the problem and not moving on, okay, we actually need to do something differently. And how do we know what we think we know? And when we look at when we look at graduation rates, when we look at reading proficiency rates, what do we actually need to change as a district to achieve different outcomes? And we can't improve without having a measurement for improvement, or it's just based on, I don't know what it would be based on.
Yes, that is precisely what I'm saying. So I'm glad you heard that, because that's exactly what I was intending to communicate. Is it possible to hear from one other board members? Just kind of what are you hearing me say? Again, I just want to make sure that we have clarity on this issue before diving further into it.
Who would like
Any
to?
other board member want to share?
Sorry?
What are you hearing me say in this conversation about interim interim goals.
Should I turn that on? Okay. What I'm hearing is that we have an opportunity to put the second guardrail into practice immediately, which is that the superintendent will not allow implementation or adoption of any programming that does not prioritize educational and racial equity, and that we haven't, in our assessment process, elevated that. And this is our opportunity to dive right in and do it.
All right, Superintendent, I feel like I've been heard on this issue. Back to you.
Thank you. And Julia, I'm gonna ask you to skip to slide 48, please.
Before you do that, can I make a comment?
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to, I always think it's important to provide context, particularly in light of the fact that we do have community listening and staff listening and possibly even students listening. I think often we do. I do not believe that this board has actually tied itself and its governance and its cycle of governance to continuous improvement, not necessarily because of any ill intent. I think there have actually been attempts. I don't think that we've had an appropriate framework to do so. And even as we have, I feel as though we need to have a neon sign that says, we understand that our current assessments are not doing what we would like them to do. But that is not an excuse to not create that cycle of monitoring and improvement that we need in order to model good governance that demands that we have, that even as the metrics by which we measure outcomes are evolving to better serve, to actually serve students furthest from educational justice, that we are still leading with the demand that we are holding accountable our systems to making sure that those students are served, because we can't be without metrics. And so I think it's really important that we don't wait as a board for some ideal metric that may never come. I think that may be why we are where we are today, is this idea that, well, but the system's broken. Well, yeah, but you can't fix it because the system's broken. And that's that's not a good response. This is us saying, no, we need to fix it, even as other elements of the system still remain not effectual, particularly for Black males, particularly for other students furthest from educational justice. We must push forward. Go ahead, Dr. Jones. Sorry to go on a tangent.
Director Harris had her hand up, but what I wanted to do was go to, I think it's slide 48, but it might be 52. Okay, and just give some insight as to what it will take in general at a high level for us to get those interims established. And it's going to be a change management process. It's going to be a stakeholder engagement process. It's going to be a research process, all in serving us getting to this place where Director Hampson just talked about. So it's going to take some time to do it, but if the board is behind this idea of having specific interims, and this is the work that we'll need to do to get there. So questions back to the board, kind of, are we in on the interims assessments? Because that's the architecture of these goals. And so I just wanted to highlight that and wanted to really emphasize what it's going to take for us to make this work.
Director Rankin, did you want to make your comment in response to that?
I would actually. Thank you so much. I kind of wanted to say, I know assessment is such a loaded word for a lot of people, and standardized is also loaded. So I want to be super clear that our students are being assessed all the time in a lot of different ways. And what my hope is, so Superintendent Jones, maybe you can affirm for me if this is the case. My hope and understanding of what we're talking about is not all of a sudden we're going to have all these new assessments and kids are going to be tested all the time and everyone's going to get out their one-to-one laptops and log in on everything all the time. We're actually talking about, we already do a lot of assessments that turn out to not be super useful. And because we don't have common assessments, it really doesn't give us information about what's happening in our district and if we're making progress on meeting the needs of students, particularly students furthest from educational justice. So I'm I guess asking for confirmation and then suggesting that we sort of center in how we talk about this, that this isn't about now all we do is testing and there's no more time for teaching, that this is actually about, with the hope that assessments can be less, like the 2 weeks where you can't use the library and everybody's stressing out about a big assessment is a waste of everybody's time and energy and doesn't really tell us what we need to know. So what we want is for the assessments that we know happen all the time to actually be more consistent, more useful, and give central offices and us as a board and the broader community actual information that's meaningful about how we're doing as a district and how we're meeting the needs of students. I'm not even sure that I specifically asked a question, but does that make sense?
Yes, Director Rankin, from my vantage point. And when we're talking about interims, I asked that same question. I was curious because I know that this has been talked about a lot, and interims are really 90 minutes total of administration for the year. Could be 2 hours, but so we're not taking away valuable instructional time. And then there's a portfolio of assessments that we'll do, and I think perhaps Dr. Scarlett and some other folks that are on the line can speak to that. But the spirit of what you talked about, the intent of it is, yes, we're in concert on that.
Thank you.
Director Harris.
Oh,
Apologies, Dr. Scarlett. Did you want to respond to that first?
In the back of your slides, my numbers are different than yours, so I don't know the exact page. But we do have the portfolio measures that you're able to see across the different goal areas. And you notice that they'll be balanced. So if you were to look at the like 7th grade math portfolio measures, we're measuring both at the indicator level, the mathematics skills. So looking at what type of assessments we can use for mathematical skills. Also, there are perception indicators also. So this goes to what Director Dury was speaking about. So one example would be qualitative data from students and possibly families about the degree to which African-American male students and students of color furthest from educational justice identify as capable mathematicians, see themselves reflected positively in math curriculum, and feel valued and welcomed in math classrooms. So that really directly correlates to their identity development as mathematicians as well. And then again, also looking at teacher efficacy, about educator and teacher, school leader quality of professional development and coaching support and curriculum assessment resources that help that continuous improvement cycle. So at every dimension that we're identifying, both in mathematical skills, both in identity development, the environments the students are learning in, but also teacher efficacy and how they're building their practices and their mindsets and beliefs. We look at all those different dimensions. So that's part of that balanced portfolio that we'll be building this next year.
Go ahead, Director Harris.
Thank you. I think I'm very, very much on the record of being outraged by SBA and the Pearson Company and how we got SBA because of our Department of Education friends and corporate education deform. So the idea of using SBA interim assessments distresses me no end. They're culturally inappropriate. Many of the questions that have been asked on the SBA are racist. And I appreciate it's 90 minutes or 2 hours, But how often are we doing that? The devil's in the details, and I couldn't agree with you more. We've wrestled with this issue for years and years and years. I agree that we need to have consistent data, so we're talking about apples and oranges. But the data that we have is based on not good tests. And I also wonder how expensive all these fine things are. And we're using Envision, and we haven't adopted Envision. You know, devil's really in the details, and I want to know what teachers and principals say about these things. And I'll go back to my question. How much of this have we shared with our labor partners, the folks that are in charge of implementing?
Joint SPS and SCA assessment committee. They work on the assessment calendar, so you can imagine these conversations are abound within that context, within that. And so we list the SBA interim assessments as just an example, but it also reads to be developed, the status of this, so that we'd have a comprehensive map portfolio that's to be determined, but may include a new set of diagnostic and benchmark tools or existing tools such as Envision benchmark assessments. One thing that we heard from our educators, both those who and school leaders, that both who are part of the CCC and we've had a research and evaluation study that's gone along with CCC the entire time. We have one that's going along with that. Is that there are actually really great assessment tools that are part of that. One of the issues is they're not system wide. We don't have the technology infrastructure yet. We've been working on a technology project for CCC to use their actual curricular assessments, but we can't have these individual spreadsheets, right? All these teachers trying to put things in spreadsheets. Yeah. And so that's the technology infrastructure that we're building. We're super, super close for CCC, and that'll be instructive for other curricular assessments that we're developing as well. So that's the time that we need to be able to actually build this infrastructure so that we can have sort of these easy, more turnkey approaches for assessment in the system that are system-wide, and that we can actually see what the data looks like and progress monitor, both at the building level, across grade bands, and at the district level as well.
So I just want to do a quick check-in, if that's okay, Dr. Jones, or if that's consistent with where we're headed in terms of, we have Director Hersey had to switch to remote access, but Director Rivera-Smith, Director Dury, Director DeWolf, in terms of this move to use the teams that we have to spend the next year finding a reasonable set of interims that it is believed will truly be impactful in the way that we need it to be predictive of the outcomes that we seek. Are you in line with this plan?
I think the district did a really great job, and I support the plan that they've proposed. So thank you, Dr. Scarlett and Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Director DeWolf. Go ahead, Director Rivera-Smith.
Likewise, I understand the conundrum we're in. We need to be able to look at our families and let them know that we're not just stopping at can't be done, that we need to really try and work through this and take the time. It needs to get there and support our students along the way. I know that we're not just letting that be what it is. And I agree, Espa. I don't know anyone who loves it or likes it or thinks it's quality. So, but in knowing that, we can be there for our students and teachers to give the extra supports or just any kind of extra attention it needs to mitigate the badness there. So, thank you.
Any Director Hersey, I don't know if you are able to speak. Director Dury, did you want to add anything, or do you feel like you've already?
I just think that makes a lot of sense, and especially considering the math adoption that we're looking at right now, that it would, I'm assuming, go in collaboration with each other. So.
Dr. Jones and Dr. Scarlett, do you feel confident in what you've heard from directors with respect to where we are on this?
Yes, however, I would love to hear a summary statement if a board member would choose to kind of bring that together to, just to make sure we have the right understanding.
Well, what I heard, by and large, is that despite the bad taste that state mandated standardized assessments leave with us, that we are very much in support of using this next year to develop or find the appropriate consistent suite of interim assessments that will create the efficacy we're looking for. Is that inconsistent with anything that, I don't know if I captured Director Harris's?
I would just say with a deadline.
Yes, I'm seeing that as that's this year. Anybody on the phone, on Teams feel differently?
I concur.
Thank you.
I have one more question of something I didn't see addressed around disability, and where maybe there's not an answer for this right now, but I want to make sure that within these different assessments that students who qualify for different supports and services, we need to make sure that we can assure their access to any services that they need are in place when they are taking assessments. And then the other thing I had with watching, with progress monitoring as the years go by of the, hopeful increase of students meeting grade level or areas of proficiency, how are we, or I want to see, I guess, information that tracks with students with IEPs, because let's just say that if we in a few years reach 70% proficiency in math, but the 30% who are not reaching proficiency or include all the students with IEPs, that would be not successful to me. So that's just an area I would like more information about how we're assessing within this, I guess, or making sure that we're aware of that in all of this.
Julia escalated or elevated an email from you about inclusive practices and really wanting us to dig into that. And so we have a meeting coming up on the 19th. Dr. Pedroza, myself, Erin Ramonic, to talk about inclusive curriculum assessment and instruction, and what does inclusive practice look like across that. And so we'll have an update for you of that, sort of conversation and what the plan is on that. We've gotten a lot of feedback around, I've gotten feedback from special education educators who often feel left out of the core curriculum and feel left out of like the adoption piece of that, and already has come up around the mathematics adoption and how we will ensure that the curriculum, the instruction, and the assessment are all inclusive as well. So stay tuned. We have more.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Scarlett.
Board President Hampson, in respect of time, I want to offer board members the opportunity for 2x2s if you'd like to have that between now and the next, in August 25th. So,
yeah, I think where anytime that's feasible, we should do that. And I would just ask right now that for directors that are prepared with questions on the interim goals, the interim guardrails, if you can let us know those questions now. Is anybody prepared with questions on the interim guardrails? Director Harris? You put yours out? No, I'm talking about the interims that are on the subsequent pages. And if not, then we will have those discussions in 2x2s. Directors Rankin and DeWolf.
None here, but I would love to do a 2x2.
Okay, and again, these are the interim guardrails are intended to be, correct me if I'm stating this wrong, AJ, predictive of the top line guardrails. Okay. Thank you so very much, Dr. Scarlett and Dr. Jones, and Mr. Craybill. That concludes our discussion on student outcomes, focused governance, goals, and guardrails. And we will now move into our work session on BTAV. I'm going to, BTA 5. I'm going to briefly hand this over to Director DeWolf, Chair of the Operations Committee, and then he's going to turn it back over to me when he needs to step off.
Just to adjourn. Yes.
You just want to turn it over to me? Okay.
No, I was just saying, all you'll have to do is adjourn.
Okay. So I'm not handing this over. Do y'all need a break? Good. No. Okay. So let's move over to the BTA 5 work session. And I'm going to hand it over to staff to begin once you get yourself situated. Somebody emailed me.
Hang on. I'm trying to get up.
Sorry, what?
This is Tina. I'm trying to get it to come up.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm just actually asking for some talking points, but I'll manage. Director DeWolf, if you could just shoot those over to me.
President Hampson, all we have to do is turn this over to staff for the BTA 5 work session and then take questions at the end and then just adjourn. Thank you so much.
All right, over to you. Am I starting with, starting with you, Chief Operations Officer Fred Podesta. Take it away.
Thank you very much, directors, for your time today. We have a presentation about the BTA 5 levy development, and I'm going to be joined in this presentation by Chief Financial Officer Jolyn Berge, Executive Director of Technology Carlos Novaes, and Director of Capital Projects and Planning Richard Best. If we could advance the slides, please. And one more. We really, I will try to have this introduction be as brief as possible. We really want to present some information today and get a little bit of feedback from directors. We really want to describe the proposed levy package that staff are recommending, talk about the ultimate size of the levy and potential options for rates of the levy. And where we want feedback tonight, if we can get it, is the methodology that we use to prioritize projects and candidates for the levy, just to see if you want to make sure directors understand our methodology, give us feedback about it. If can't, if we could go one more slide, please. I can't emphasize enough that BTA levies, buildings, technology, academics, and athletics are to a large degree maintenance levies. These are opportunities for the district to preserve the value of its capital investments. And so the building portion of it is really going to focus on building systems and putting investments into systems, building systems across our district. There will be some construction. Again, athletics is a component of the levy, and as we've talked many times in this setting, the district is at the point, we're at a point in time where we really have to recapitalize and invest in Memorial Stadium, which is a system-wide, district-wide asset. There are a few other minor construction projects. And then technology requires a acceleration of investment that the district had always planned. As you're well aware, we plan to distribute much more technology to the students over time, but that was accelerated given the conditions around the pandemic. And so this levy recognizes that and includes an increase in funding over the last levy to allow for the support of the much greater distribution of technology that occurred in the past year. And so with that, we could advance the slides, and I will turn it over to Mr. Best to talk about the capital construction component. And again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Board President Hampson and members of the board. I just want to draw your attention as we talk about the Building Technology and Academics Levy to Board Policy 6901. This policy was revised in June of 2020, and it does require that the board review the scoring and relative ranking of proposed projects be presented to the school board and receive your approval as part of the levy planning process. I will also note that in our March 2021 work session, we did review the proposed scoring method for projects. We are here tonight to give you a first glimpse at the scoring method. Thought that was important prior to going out to the public in September for some community engagement so that you were not caught unaware. And it's one of the topics that we'll be discussing. So next slide, Tina. The board guiding principles are a document that we referenced. These were approved by you in March of 2021, and I'm going to give some brief examples of projects that have been included in the BTA 5 capital levy for each of the board principles that you have articulated here. To ensure educational and racial equity, we've looked at the board's priority schools. We are recommending early learning improvements at John Muir Elementary School. This is one of the district's priority schools, and again, will help put students on a pathway to reading at grade level by 3rd grade. We have gymnasium improvements proposed for Seattle World School. That is a K-12, or excuse me, that is a 6-12 school where the gym is woefully undersized for that age of students. It's also in very poor condition. And then we have gymnasium improvements also being proposed at McDonald International Elementary School. That building is a metal post building. It is very difficult environment in which to teach in, and especially when we have inclement weather. So most of the winter with wind noise, rain noise, you could just interrupts very much the educational program at that school. In addition, we're looking at safety and security and accessibility measures, and part of the security measures we're looking at is creating secure entry vestibules, continuing that work at our elementary schools and middle schools. We're looking at implementing ADA improvements. We've put an allowance in for that across the district, and then we're implementing also proposing to implement an ADA study district-wide. Capacity management and flexibility has been always included in both the BECS and BTA levies, and it's really to address the district's growing enrollment and at the various schools throughout Seattle Public Schools. So I will note, since I have arrived in 2014, we've added over 100 portables to Seattle Public Schools, both as a function of K-3 class size reduction and then also enrollment growth. Building conditions, ensuring the preservation of our assets. That is what the building systems repairs and replacement category is all about, is making sure that we're repairing our roofs, repairing our envelopes, making an investment in our HVAC systems. Those three systems, I think, are critical to the educational program and educational outcome for our students. I always say to my staff, nothing diverts the attention from a classroom teacher like a roof leak in that classroom. And so, in addition, I'll note if the classroom's too hot, classroom's too cold, that too diverts the students' attention. So we've got investments proposed for the building envelope and for HVAC systems and other systems throughout the district. Environmental sustainability and climate resilience. I do want to highlight that the district does take energy usage very seriously. We have 3 resource conservation managers who my team and our facilities operation team are constantly in contact with about our energy use. In BTA 4, we funded 4 retro commissioning agents. With those levy dollars, we're asking that continue. With BTA 5, we believe it's consistent with the board's resolution 2021-18 concerning energy use and also just optimizing the HVAC systems within our existing buildings. And we have set aside dollars for the study that is contemplated in Resolution 2020-21 concerning energy usage, and to develop an implementation plan so we hit the board's established goal of 2040 for not utilizing fossil fuels. So, and then lastly, Carlos is going to speak tonight about the technology improvements that are being funded in BTA 5. So next slide, please, Tina. So what you have being proposed for capacity and condition projects is John Muir Elementary School, which is a pre-K 5 elementary school. We are looking at proposing an early learning center be created there of 4 classrooms in total. This was a project that we submitted to OSPI for distress school grant consideration in 2020. We did receive this grant. What we did not receive is all the funding that we identified. So we're asking the board to approve the additional funding that's needed as part of the BTA 5 capital levy. In addition, we're looking at replacing the gymnasiums at both Seattle and McDonald International Elementary School, Seattle World School and McDonald International Elementary School. Next slide. Thank you, Tina. That's the correct slide. On the proposed scoring method, what we are proposing is using something similar to our BEX 5 capital levy, in which we used a nominalization scale on a 5 points, 1 to 5. The raw scores are adjusted to a common 1 to 5 scale. Then the lowest scores are a 1 and the highest scores are a 5 for each proposed measure. I will note that there is one error on the scale that you have in front of you. The McDonald Elementary gym replacement, it notes a 1 under the building condition score. That building condition score was actually for the entire building, and the gym building is actually a separate structure. We had a separate score for that, and fortunately the entire building got utilized, so that will be changed the next time that you see that. But you can see from looking at this, going across the top, we have a building condition score. Then we have an educational assessment score. a building utilization score in relationship to the right size of the school. Both John Muir and McDonald Elementary are overhoused, meaning that we are utilizing portables on those sites, and so that's why their score is higher than Seattle World School. Percentage of cost and matching funds is a new category that we have added, and we're proposing a 10% weight be placed on that. And then the equity index score, which we utilize with the BEX 5 capital levy, we're proposing reducing the weight of that score to 30% from 40% to create the new categories, but then the weights would be consistent in those first three categories as they were in the BEX 5 capital levy. And then on the building systems repairs and replacements, we are utilizing the 2020 condition assessment scores that were prepared by Cezanne, the facilities condition consultant that we hired. A score of 5 is unsatisfactory. They used the OSBI scoring system on the facilities condition. A score of 5 is unsatisfactory. So we gave it a priority 1. A score of 4 is poor. And we gave that a priority 2, and a score of 3 is fair, and we gave that a priority 3. We've reviewed the recommended building systems replacement projects and repair projects with our facilities operations staff, so we've included their comments in this recommendation. So we know our facilities operations staff know our buildings the greatest. Our facilities condition assessment consultant has not spent the time and doesn't have the knowledge base and the institutional knowledge of our facilities as well as our staff. So I always believe it's important to include their voice in the development of this list. And then we did use the board guiding principles in evaluating these recommended projects as well. So with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Director Harris.
Thank you. I'm on slide 9, and thanks ever so much for putting numbers on the slide. It helps immensely. I'm distressed to see the equity index score deducted by 10%. I think that might be contrary to the stated principles of equity, et cetera. And I'm wondering if we could take 3 points off of each of these other 20%ers and then give back 9 points to the equity index. One of the things I truly believe in my heart of hearts in BEX 5, the fact that we stopped and we did the equity tiering and we got to say we're actually putting our values and our money where our mouth is, made a difference in that being passed. And to back it down by 10 points, boy, that hurts my heart. And I'm wondering if taking the 3 points off of each of the 20 could bring it back up. Thank you.
Any other directors? Director Rankin, Director DeWolf. I think it's just Director Rankin.
I'm here. I'm really interested in what Director Harris was asking, but I'm not sure that I understand what points are being referred to. Because I agree that I remember being part of, as a community member, the previous process where the equity tiering was sort of restructured and it made some really impactful changes about addressing projects. And so is there a concise way somebody can maybe I just wasn't following, I'm not understanding what the concern was. I don't know if I'm not looking at the right thing, but I would like to know more.
Is Director Rivera-Smith, is your question related?
Yes, I was just going to support Dr. Harris's suggestion there. I also was surprised that that was coming down from 40, and I wonder if there's some math we can do to give it back some points, which I think was what Dr. Harris was suggesting.
Could you maybe go into the relevance of the matching funds and why that came off of the?
Well, we have received matching funds for the John Muir Elementary School early learning education, and we thought we should draw that to the board's attention. We should also give that some weight. Without including that project in BTA 5, we do not have funds to implement that work, and we do think it's important to work to get that implemented based upon the strategic goals, priorities of having kids read at grade level by 3rd grade, knowing the data that supports early learning, being successful in creating that academic outcome for our students. So we wanted to ensure that that project was included in the BTA 5 capital levy.
You said that was for McDonald?
For John Muir Elementary
Oh, John
School.
Muir, okay.
Yeah.
So, and funds, matching funds, use or lose matching funds?
Well, they're not use or lose, but they need to be utilized in a relatively quick time frame, and we've made that because we made that request to OSPI as part of a distress school grant.
Okay.
They just did not fund the entire grant amount that we requested, Director Hampson.
Go ahead, Director Harris.
What's the
Director
spread?
Harris, I'm sorry, can you keep your mask on? Thank you.
Thank you. What's the spread between the distress schools grant and the estimated cost? What's the spread between that? And if we're talking about early learning, any chance whatsoever we can get the money from the city?
Haven't explored getting money from the city. The spread is we got about 1/3 of what we requested from OSPI in the distress school grant. We roughly asked for $3 million and we got $700,000, Director Harris.
Mike, please. Director Harris said, do we have round numbers, I believe?
Yeah.
Director Rankin, does that?
Well, can I add?
Yes, please.
What Director Rankin, what Director Harris was proposing was revising the weighting score at the top of this slide so that in lieu of 20% for the building condition, the school learning environment and the right size capacity, reduce those to 17%, take 1% off the matching funds, and then leave the equity index at 40%. That's what I heard your proposal, Director.
Thank you. Okay, I was like, where's the 40? I don't, but was the equity index score was 40% of the weighting before, not
And the BEX 5
lower?
The BEX 5 capital levy, equity was scored at 40%. It was weighted at 40% of the overall score.
Okay, now I get it. Thanks.
Director Hampson, because of the board policy, can I get a thumbs up on Director Harris' proposal?
To make that shift? You mean,
Yes.
Is there support for that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm hearing support from the board on that.
Chief Legal Counsel Narver is not in the room. So.
I'm not sure if I do or not. I feel like I need more information or building condition score is, I mean, the building condition is pretty important. And learning environment.
Director Harris, yes, Director Harris, you got to use your mic, even according to Ellie when you're making snarky remarks.
Ow.
That was her specific example.
Ouch. I would not feel comfortable doing thumbs up, thumbs down.
No,
without
we're not going to do that.
good
But I just want to make sure that you feel you've heard from all the directors. And so I think maybe checking in with directors 2 by 2 might be a better way to go about that.
Okay.
With an alternative suggestion that maintains the equity. I would be in favor of something like an equity tiebreaker, that kind of notion. In lieu, Chief Podesta.
I would suggest in these conversations, we'll we'll present directors with the different weightings. I believe there were fewer categories in BEX 5. It's still weighted the highest of any of the parameters here, and so I'm not sure what the net effect of that will be, but I think that was the intent of staff. If we're going to grade more things, reserve kind of the relative weight, but I think that'd be the easiest way to get to the bottom of this, is what does it make an actual difference?
Right. Okay, thank you. And let's keep moving.
So with the B portion of the BTA 5 is really about building needs. Next slide, please, Tina. And in the building, if you look to this document here with 11 by 17 that you have, you can see that we've proposed the capacity condition projects at the top, which highlights the elementary schools, the secondary school, and then Memorial Stadium and the costs associated with those. We have included a line item for property acquisition and infrastructure. We started this category in our BTA 4 capital levy and continued it with BTA 5 or BEX 5, and then are recommending we continue allocating funds for in BTA 5 as well. Building systems repairs and replacements, you can see there are many different categories in which we are proposing building system repairs and replacements. Playground equipment is one that Director Harris brought to us as we were planning BEX 5 that we've included in BTA 5 as well. The recurring equipment and planning costs, these are things that we include in every levy for maintenance equipment, grounds equipment, food service, replacement of lunchroom tables. A couple of new categories is the electrification of the vehicle fleet. Again, this is consistent with the energy resolution that you passed last year. And then you can see short and intermediate capacity and portable management, and the move BEX 6 levy planning costs are also included in this category. We have identified some one-off projects. These are projects that are levy specific, and included in this list is ADA improvements at Cleveland High School to get from the high school to the new field that we constructed as part of BTA 4. Central kitchen improvements here at the John Stanford Center. Funding for the retro commissioning agents that we talked about. Garfield Superblock improvements. The Garfield Superblock improvements was a commitment that both the City of Seattle and Seattle Public Schools made at the time Garfield High School was constructed. Seattle Public Schools has implemented the improvements at Garfield High School, and we also implemented the improvements of the Superblock when we implemented the addition at Horace Mann School. But there is additional work that needs to be done at the community center. Seattle Parks and Recreation is leading that effort. They have reached out to us for a contribution to implementation of those Of their 3 phases of improvements, this would be money set aside for phases 1 and 3 of the Garfield super block, and then the security entry vestibule that I talked about previously, and the ADA improvements. Final categories here include major preventative and critical maintenance. Again, major preventative maintenance has been in the levy since BTA 3. It was a component of BEX 4, BTA 4, BEX 5. This levy, we would be adding critical maintenance thanks to the work of Joe Lambergi and our state legislature. Management and staffing, debt service. BTA 5 will pay off the loan on the John Stanford Center. And then the last 2 categories are really just project escalation as we develop the implementation plan for this work, and a 3% program contingency on the building component of BTA 5. So open it up for questions. On the building component of BTA 5, the B.
Director Harris?
Let me ask first if it's an appropriate question, if I might. Would questions about Memorial Stadium be appropriate at this time?
Yes.
Okay. $62 million. And in the materials and in the polling data, we were advised that the polling question did not include ADA issues and earthquake issues. And now it's listed as repair and renovate as opposed to new stadium. And I'm concerned by that. That is a left turn from what folks have been working on for several years. And I'm curious as to the thinking behind it. Thank you.
There would be repairs required. Director Harris, we are not proposing on the east walls of the existing stadium replacing, but we would be proposing repairing the memorial wall at Memorial Stadium. We are proposing and have costed out the demolition of the existing stands and the rebuilding of new stands at Memorial Stadium for housing 5,000 students or 5,000 participants in that activity. The current stadium holds approximately 12,000 fans, so we would be greatly reducing the size of Memorial Stadium with an additional 3,000 fans able to sit on the field at, the existing Memorial Stadium. We know there are conversations that need to be had yet because Memorial Stadium could be deemed a landmark by the city of Seattle. We have not gone through the landmark designation process, and so are trying to be careful not to be presumptuous in saying that Memorial Stadium would be replaced. But we definitely, the proposal here is to replace the existing stands at Memorial Stadium, leave the field, replace the field lights so that they are LED, and then leave the memorial wall in its existing location and make improvements to that memorial wall and make ADA improvements with all of the improvements that we're making here at this facility. We have a lot of process yet to go through with this project, with one of the significant next steps should the board decide to include this project with this levy would be to then begin a conversation with the city of Seattle about the landmark status of that facility. And those are long conversations, as you well know, concerning Rainier Beach High School, Mercer Middle School. Those are year-long conversations.
My questions and concerns offline. Thank you.
Director Rankin, Director Rivera-Smith, Director Drury, anybody?
Yeah, I have a question. I'll just tag along with Director Harris's questions about Memorial Stadium. I know that often with school buildings, and I know we're talking about totally different types of structures, but there have been some buildings that, you know, people were interested in rebuilding, and that in terms of cost, it can often be much more costly to renovate rather than rebuild, even though sometimes people think it's the opposite. So I am wondering about that with regards to Memorial Stadium, and then also the timing about how we deal with the timing between what needs to be approved to go into the levy package to go to voters, and the landmarking process, and what space we have to change course, I guess, or alter the trajectory once it's been I mean, how specific do we have to get?
Oh, yeah. Have we missed the window? Do we have time to do this?
We would not be able to get through a landmarking process between now and the time we'd be voting on this measure.
In February.
Yeah, and I would say because of the costs associated with landmarking process, we have not in the past implemented the landmarking process until the board has approved the projects to be on the capital levy and the voters have approved the projects to be on the capital levy. So, for example, in Bex 5, Mercer Middle School was a project. We just completed the landmarking process for Mercer Middle School. We've just completed the landmarking process for Rainier Beach High School. Northgate Elementary School, Kimball, Viewlands were all completed after the levies were approved for the Bex 5. All the landmarking processes were implemented afterwards. And that has been consistent with what we did in Bex 4, Bex 3, Bex 2. First, the board approved the list of projects. Then the voters approved the list of projects. And then we went out and sought consultants to help us with the landmarks process with the city of Seattle.
Director Harris has left.
Okay.
Left the building. Director Rankin, does that answer your question?
It does. I guess I'm still thinking about the window for pursuing rebuilding versus renovating, or if that is a done conversation.
No, that's not a done conversation. We believe the funds allocated here would allow the district either to renovate or to rebuild.
Okay, so we could think about that independent of the landmarking process, because the landmarking process would be the next step, if depending on what's approved. Is that right?
The landmarking process would be your next step.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have a question, Director Rivera-Smith?
Thank you. I was just gonna clarify, is the BTA 5, will it pay off the John Stanford loan? You said
Yes.
Pay off, so we'll be done with it after that one? Awesome, okay. And I had some questions regarding solar panels, where they could fit into all this, but I can take that offline too, because I have time crunch. I didn't see it listed on any of these.
I did see your email on solar panels, Director Rivera-Smith, and I would note that what we would like to respond back is that we first developed the implementation plan that gets us to the board's resolution of 2040, develop the implementation plan, and then look at solutions, and solar panels would definitely be part of that solution.
I understand. Thank you.
I just have one question. Do we know, Chief Podesta, if the $3 million, did I get that? Yes, no. Sorry, it's $20 million for central kitchen improvements? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I didn't draw a straight line and I thought it was 3 million. And so my question was going to be, is $3 million enough to significantly reduce the percentage of calories our kids get from processed foods in our school lunches? But I'm guessing $20 million probably does have that impact. And that's the intent. Is that correct?
Yes, this would allow for a significant modernization of the kitchen and, better control of the menu from the central kitchen, and continue the move towards, more scratch cooking and, more complete and responsive diet to the needs of our students. So yes, this would be huge to the benefit of our nutrition program.
Thank you very much, and I'm extremely excited to see that in there. Okay, is there anything else from directors or dwindling directors? Please take it away, Steph. Oh, sorry, one last question. Did I miss it, or is there a rank version versus a alphabetical version of the individual schools? If not, that's okay. It's in alphabetical order.
Alphabetical right now.
Oh, okay.
But we could
That's
create
fine.
a ranked. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hampson and directors for having me here tonight. And first of all, let me thank my two directors and ITAC that did a hell of an effort putting. Appreciate that. Slide. These are our guiding principles that we developed with the help of the executive committee.
Apologies. Could you get pull the mic closer? Thank you.
Sure. Is that better? The guiding principles that we use to develop these numbers, with essence, to have our priorities and inclusivity across, and really come out with the tools necessary for students and educators to provide for their academic goals. Slide. Just as a refresher, the technology categories, we mainly deal with three major areas: the student learning support, which pretty much provides for the instructional software, the procurement of student laptops and associated staff, some of the digital equity program that we just established last years in there, also the digital equity, the digital technologies that we have at the schools as well, that is gets paid out of there. The infrastructure and security, basically the cybersecurity, the day-to-day running the lights for the data center, pretty much any equipment related to the infrastructure, associated cybersecurity, the associated hardware and software. And the district systems and data, this is pretty much where our bulk of our software and infrastructure running for operations is, the HR systems, the accounting system, SAP, the enterprise resource, our LMS systems, the students' software that we use for the academic. Slide, please. This is just really quick representation of how we go about the engineer process within the DOTS, ensuring that we have and build and maintain a robust infrastructure that supports our school community engagements and the staff, so we can provide, at the end, the best tools for students learning and support. Slide. This slide showed pretty much a comparison how important that our levies are for technology, especially this levy. We have about 85% of the funding come from this levy, while around, it goes up and down, around 10 to 15% from the general fund. I'm sorry, yeah, from the general fund, yes. Slide, please. So in essence, we got a fact, 85% of the technology is funded by capital levies. That is about 225 FTEs are funded from here as well. The capital levy funds annual technology operations is on a 3-year cycle. We run upfront, the 3 years, and basically for projects and equipment. And you've seen it in the past year because of the significant increase in technology costs and the digital transformation we had last year by implementing the one-to-one, across the entire district. That drove a lot of infrastructure needs as far as increasing the bandwidth, about licenses. So it was a domino effect in the past year. And the table that we have right there is the adopted budget that we have. So just have you an idea where we have been in past levies and where we are in spending. Slide, please. So the staff recommendation after looking into our work breakdown structure of every area, all the way down to, from operations all the way down to the nuts and bolts, switches and fiber. Those 3 major buckets areas, we came out with about $226 million covering all 3 areas. The table on the right gives you a better idea for how does that break down as far as software, staffing, and the must pays internally for each area. Slide, please. Now, if we break down, this tells the story about the student learning and what the must pays are, excluding the FTEs and the software. This is pointing to the projects. You can see the student devices is about $38 million. That's a one-to-one. And that covers pretty much for the technical refresh that we got every 4 years happening. Teacher devices and presentations as well as for principals and management devices. That's staff computers that we all utilize. The improvements on the classroom as far as AV replacements. So we have some old technology. We're starting to put systems that are a little bit smarter, that they can be digitally, logically managed from computers. So a little bit of enhancement on the classroom as well. Of point right here, the SPS TV has not been upgraded in about 12 years. So we concentrated, we identified this need. About 81,000 of that, if we put a priority 1 and 2, but I will say we need to do some investment in this area. About 81,000 is nice to have, but I think the requests they have weight. Also, the student leaders, the stipend is what the ed techs they help out in the classroom with technology. The digital equity support, that's the new program that we established last year with a grant, and it's been instrumental to reaching out to communities and families and really understanding what the digital equity issues are out there in the field. It's been very, very successful program. Of note, we brought these numbers to ITAC to weigh in on their feedback as well and then do some equity analysis from the point of view. And they marked this one as a must keep, must pay. They're very interested in this program. And, they're the voice of the community, so they think that this program is very important. And then our digital cohort as well. Slide, please. Infrastructure, how I say, this is just mainly the backbone of how we keep, the lights running for IT. Cybersecurity, the data center, anything on land or ES, it's pretty much equipment maintenance. The telecom and hotspots, we've been issuing those for the past years. So we want to make sure that continues there for students and families that they need that service. The facilities and security, that's a lot of our cameras that we have out on to help our security guys, secure our sites. This one, the Rainier Beach Data Center, this is to finalize a contingency of operations site on the south. Right now, if something happens here at the data center, we lose power here, or we lose power on Marshall, I believe, that we have the data center. they lose services. So what our intent is to, with the collaboration of Capital, we started a program to study data center being built up in Rainier Beach, so they can provide a service. So whenever there's a cut off services here, they can have access to the services that they need independently to the rest of the district. And then power, power is a 1 and 2. We got about $900 to $1 million that we think it is a must keep just for the maintenance of generators that backs up our systems. The remaining priority 2, I think it is important that we keep building on that backups on those sites on the different schools and put the power to back up the IT systems that they require. So there's no stopping in academics in those schools during those times. The electronic management archive, is well known. We have records and paper, years and years, right in the back, and we're trying to. Right now, we spend about $1 million just to keep manual processes going, and that's what we're reflecting on priority 1. We would like to automate all of that so we can reduce that bill, and that's why we're asking for the extra $1 million there to get a couple of developments and just get a system of record that will help us with that archiving into a digital media. So. Slide, please. And finally is the district systems. The backbone of our operations. That's with all our business, our HR, our supporting the front office, supporting operations. Some of the chief pedestals, transportation, security. There's some systems that they're laid in there. Digital transformation that we started, and that's as far for the enterprise SAP. We're looking into upgrading that system. The data warehouse and reporting. Project management is a 1 and 2. Over the past couple years, we've been struggling with project managers, IT project managers, leading projects. We've been taking people that should be doing work, developers, and kind of like parse their time to do also the project manager, and that's hindering, our development. So we thought we have allocated about $1 million in there. About $1 million right now for a couple of folks that have been helping us get through this times. But I think it is important that we can formalize that as a PMO office for IT, and that's why we're asking the additional funding to really streamline, the development internally to our systems and do it properly. As to the systems, that's pretty much, the support and the developers behind. Like the Schoology and Passback and all of the system LMSs, those are the people that support on that. And then the student climate data, there's another project that we have in the huddle. Slide, please. Now this gives you a better idea for within those buckets. How many people we have working on each functional areas. To tell the truth, we don't have much, and the little bit that we have asked to increase is in the attempt to fill that gap, from past years that we haven't had. This past year there's been a lot of sacrifice, due to the contingent operations that we did with COVID-19 and trying to get the technology out, and we had a taste for how low on personnel we actually had to support. What is it? 101 schools, over 60,000 users, with that amount of people. It is reflected right there. So our ask, I think, I'm right on the spot. Slide, please. And this is a breakdown of what the licenses and maintenance, the software piece of it that I showed at the beginning, looks like. And I put a comparison across the years of other levies, what we have spent. There was a reduction. I thought there was some consolidation of software platforms, which aligns with what some of what the families were saying last year, some of that feedback to standardize on fewer platforms. So we're starting to look at systems that might be able to normalize and consolidate to achieve some of these savings. And we look at it in some of those areas in the infrastructure and the district, but then because of the increase of the digital transformation we had last year, the student and learning support actually went up a little bit. Looking from the bigger picture, from BEX 5 to BTA 4, it was an increase of about, $500,000. So I think I think we're in track, where we are right now with all the technology we have in place, softwares and licenses. That increase doesn't seem as big as I was expected. Slide, please. And this is just like give you a bigger picture where those licenses and maintenance lay in by functional area. Some of those areas have 2-3 pieces of software. What we identified about 82 pieces of software across the entire district that supports operations and the academics as well. I'll say our intent is to look in the future, start looking at where we can standardize and normalize that software, because I think, my personal opinion, professional opinion, I think that's a lot. And I think we have to do that analysis. We owe it to the district. Next. So back again, our focus, based on the guiding principles, develop this list, within these 3 areas with the priorities of racially equitable tools, the annual maintenance, to keep the lights running, basically. The data privacy and user experience, that has been huge over the past year, trying to put the systems in place that protect, the privacy of our kids. We did a lot of work, you guys heard YouTube and all the things that we did last year, trying to protect, those kids. And then also the user experience over the past year, we did a lot of work on enhancing the system so it will become easier for teachers and the students on how do we use that. That we have seen into the future what kind of investments we can continue that work. And then, refreshing the computers, we have huge investment over the past year. We need to continue that investment, with tech refresh every, I believe it's every 4 years we have it, that we replace computers. Slide, please. And then again, we're going to be sharing, the stories when we go out with engagement. That's where we are right now in engagement. Rich, you're going to talk about it later. How are we collaborating, and how are we going to bring this news to the community, trying to get some feedback and the priorities that we have put forth, validate those against what we thought. We met with the chiefs, we met with different departments, we saw what is needed, and now we're going to go to the community and get their feedback on that. And how I said, we've been working fairly close with ITAC, bringing this breakdown of numbers and getting their feedback as far as equity and how the community think we should go, in what direction, and what's important that we should friends within this funding needs. And then that's going to be identified on the tech plan for implementation as we move forward once it gets approved by the board, the levy. With that, take some questions.
Director Rankin, do you have any questions?
I don't. I just thank you so much for how thorough that was, and I am in great agreement that a lot of those those needs. I was sort of laughing to myself about everything being priority 1, and they really are. these things will be meaningful differences for kids in classrooms. So thanks so much for all your work.
Other directors? Director Harris?
Thanks. I'm looking at slide 30. And when you talked about student climate data for $2 million, you said that's another project we have. That doesn't help me understand what we're talking about.
Can I get my director? She can
Of
probably
course.
explain.
And I have one more question.
I'm Judy Jager, Director of Information Systems and Business Intelligence. So to speak to the Student Climate Data Project, that's going to be a joint effort between Research and Evaluation and the Business Intelligence team. So the research team has had a separate platform for student climate data, and so the intent is to partner and collaborate and bring that data on board into Atlas Data Warehouse and provide a suite of reports. So the funds are to help bring in consultants and other resources to help finish out that work.
Welcome. Very much. The other question I had is on number 33. And I think CFO Bertie might be able to help me on this one. We spent some real money and time and a board resolution to implement homeroom. And then we found out fairly recently that we're not using homeroom anymore. And that's never been explained. So I appreciate that we had to pass a resolution to get the program, but then when it disappears, how does the board stay in touch with that? It has bad memories of the HR docketing system that disappeared and we weren't told about.
I'll have to get back to you on with more specifics. I know that homeroom has not evolved to be what we thought it was going to be when we first purchased it. Sometimes that happens. There's certain promises that are made by vendors. We do our due diligence, that happens, but when it's not evolving to meet our needs, we have to cut bait. And we need to move to a different product that will meet our needs. So instead of continuing to invest in that, we will be moving to a different platform, and Carlos and I can get staff to provide more details to you.
To the whole board, please. Thank you so much.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Hi, thank you. I have a question. So it was previously mentioned about some polling we did, and in that polling we found that our families are or not beyond our families, Seattle in general, are really interested in seeing us expand and develop our STEM teaching, schooling programs, etc. The only thing I see in all of this is this $94,000 for STEM school software. And I wish Dr. Scarlett was still here because I know this isn't just you guys. But just wondering if there's places to build more, since that's what the people who were trying to get to approve this levy are interested in. I would like to see somewhere that's built in a little more if there's room for that. And again, I know that's not solely your say or your call there, but I just wanted to get that out there, that because that's all I do see in here. Maybe I'm wrong. There's somewhere else in here that STEM is supported through technology, and we're funding it in here, but that's the only one I see so far. So.
I'll just say really quick that we, one of the processes that we did go through is making sure that we reached out to CAI and talked about the curriculum that they needed and the software that they needed. So this is coming directly from that group. So we can get more information from them.
Thank you.
I have a follow-on question that might, maybe we'll cover that as well. If you put on a timeline, whether it's business systems internally in terms of our delivery of education, whether it's STEM related or having a remote option, a virtual option, what are we calling it, VOP? like I think Dr. Scarlett said that we were approximately 15 years behind, and we heard Mr. Crable speak to that with respect to not having interim assessments built into our processes for evaluation of what kind of outcomes we're producing for students. Where are we now? I know we've had, I'm aware that there's a backlog of underinvestment in technology. If we were to get to this place that I think that is a value, as Dr. Versmith stated, for this community, how many years would that take us, and how far do you think this levy investment would get us based on what's proposed here? And if you don't have to answer that now, I do think it's really helpful for boards who are governing to approve expenses to see where we are in the progression of things. I don't know that we've, when you put things in that context, it makes it easier to understand why we need to make certain decisions and certain investments sooner rather than later.
It is hard to answer that question and how long would it take, because technology changes constantly. But my opinion, I think I will have to go back to my ask about the PMO office. Those are the guys that can exactly determine the timeline, manage the milestones, the text in between, everything to develop. And based on engineer processes, I think that education needs to be brought up to you guys as far as what happens in between and how that stands. Usually, it is not what we did last year. We just give 50,000 computers in what,
Right.
3 months. It doesn't happen that way. And as a matter of fact, it caused a lot of issues as far as the back end infrastructure and software that we were trying to keep up, with providing all the remote options and every other tool that we put out there, because they had a lot of dependencies in other systems. And when we had this engineer process in place, those things get caught, and they get analyzed, and then we put mitigations in place. Well, last year, the mitigation in place was just trying to keep up with everything, right? So, how I say, it is a hard question to answer as far as how long would it take, but I think that the most important question is, how do we manage these things more efficiently as we move forward? And some of these areas that I had identified that are missing, they're just basic, industry standards.
Mhm.
It would be like the PMO office. We need someone that really manage these projects to success. I don't know, would that answer the question? But I think that's the direction we should, focus in as far as how do we manage the investments to a successful end.
Yeah, what you said makes complete sense. And at the same time, I think it's something we should keep talking about in terms of insisting that we continue to make those investments.
And let me add to the second piece of that. How do you guys know about all these steps? I think we should build those processes as we build new programs in place. How do we? I don't know. We need to establish a process with the board and staff. As far as the IT, in reference to IT, how do we keep you informed of where those programs are, laying out? I think that process is not in place. I think we should start looking into putting that, so you guys don't get, blindsided when things happen. And you guys better understanding, this program is taking this long because, there might be some other dependencies, that are stopping it from getting to where it is at, or it is developing just fine. It just takes time, and those are, I think that's the opportunities that we have to get everybody in the same sheet of music.
The other question, thank you for all of that. The other question I had in terms of digital equity support, that is something, I think we all heard that during this past year as a big stumbling block for families. And and my only question about that is that enough of an investment? I don't believe that we are not going to need to continue to invest in remote learning and the use of technology and one-to-one. And our families are going to need to continue to be involved in their students' use of technology, and that will need to grow. And so that's my only question about that is if that's enough money. And then the other piece of that is whether or not how far out might we be from being able to have students just remote into a given classroom. I think there was an ad that kept running during the Olympics where a kid is remote. He's like physically represented from his hospital bed, and at the same time that kept me thinking, what, as we're having these hard conversations about who can have a remote option, when that need is there, how far out are we from being able to have any kid be able to go remote into a classroom that is actually live?
Yeah, the simulcast. We actually.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't think of that. So everybody was talking about simulcasting and bargaining, and then suddenly it left.
Yeah, we actually had a pilot, and improving some technologies, to bring into the classroom, so we can allow just for that. Nancy?
I think teachers were doing it already as optional.
Yeah.
So part of what we need to do is work with our labor partners on implementing that as a strategy, particularly at the secondary level, to increase course offering.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. That last part. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you so very much, Carlos and Jolyn.
So to review the academics and athletics component of the BTA levy, next slide, Tina. I just note that the identified facility needs included in this category are special education program modifications. We work with our special education staff and department to identify the needs of special needs students from a facility standpoint, then implement those at our schools to meet their needs. Program placement, we've included dollars for program placement. This is new educational programs that schools of continuous improvement may be proposing. In addition, I will note during this time frame, we will be implementing the shuffle related to attendance areas for the highly capable cohort. And so we recognize there are probably going to be some facilities modifications that are required as we implement that attendance area shuffle. So we've included dollars for that on an allowance basis. Athletic field replacement, field lights, and new to this budget, we are also looking at replacing athletic equipment. One of the needs that Pat McCarty, who is our district athletic director, has identified is the need to replace outdated athletic equipment, either because it's reached the end of its useful life or it's no longer safe. And so he doesn't have a budget allocation for that. So we're given one-time expenditures for that equipment, and the cost of that equipment, we're including it in the BTA 5 capital levy. I will also note that the field lights, some of you have heard me say this before, but the field lights were actually a response to the environmental impact statement that we did for the high school belt time changes, that we would be providing field lights at our secondary schools. We have provided field lights at all of our high schools at this time. We're implementing field lights at middle schools as we speak. This will conclude the implementation of those field lights at the middle schools. Outdoor classrooms, the board has mentioned that at the previous work session, so we have allocated an allowance for outdoor classrooms. And then we had one of our planning staff members implement an inventory of the condition of the arts equipment and the science classroom equipment throughout the district. And we've got some identified special costs for replacement of some of that equipment throughout the district. Next slide, Tina. So when you look at potential costs, Jolyn, Linda Sebring, and others have had conversations concerning levy rates and what the recommendation would be. We'd be recommending priority one at a levy rate of 46 cents per thousand. And you can see the projects that would be included in this document here in all the various categories. The previous levy rate, it was 43 cents per thousand, and we've also provided rates at project lists for 50 and 55 cents per thousand. Jolynn, I don't know if you want to add to that. With that, I'm turning it over to Jolynn to talk about levy rates.
All right, this is where we'll get to really tiny print. Well, first, we just want to show some perspective on where we have spent dollars in the BEX VTA capital levy. So this is just information for you to review. And you can see that the largest percentage has been spent in the Southeast, which does represent our highest area of poverty. Next slide. So on this, we wanted to show how this has grown over time. And what we're hoping to show is that it's grown over time, but the rates really are remaining stable, and that's related to assessed valuation. So you can see, I'll just look at BEX 4, where we had about $700 million. And in 2019, the board approved a BEX 5 package of $1.4 billion. So to give that some context, for BTA 4 came in at $475 million. We're recommending a package of $765 million. So not quite doubling it. And you can see that BEX 4 more than doubled last time. So just, you can see how that's grown over time. Next slide. On this slide, we're really showing what our assessed value in total. So this is the EP&O, or the operations levy, and both of the capital levies, BEX and BTA. You can see that Seattle comes in with the lowest rate in 2021 with $1.84 per thousand, compared to the highest district, Highline, at $4.50. So we're lucky to have assessed valuation at the level that we do. We are the only district who relies on capital levies to fund all of our building. Other districts do have to pass bonds, and we are able to provide the lowest rate per thousand still to our constituents. Next slide, please. So this is the really detailed slide. I'm just going to orient you to the what's on the slide. So there's the levy year, and we have two things on here. We kind of look at what the rates are for both the operations, BEX, and BTA. The yellow is what we're proposing tonight. That is the BTA piece of the levy. But we also want to talk a little bit about the operations levy, the EP&O levy, which would be renewed as well. So remember, there's two levies that would be on the ballot in 2022. That would be the operations levy. That levy, we're currently authorized by the legislature. Seattle is the only district that is allowed to collect $3,500 per pupil. Everyone else is capped at something lower than that, mostly $3,000 per pupil. We are recommending asking for the maximum. So in that operations column, starting in 2023, that would be the $3,500 per student being levied. And that would equal in 2023 a rate of 73 cents. Now, in another slide we'll show in a moment, part of what we always include in our operations levy calculations is enrollment growth, because you have to have enough voter capacity approved to collect if your enrollment increases. So we need to have an amount that includes an enrollment escalator in case our enrollment increases over the life of this levy. We don't have to go back out to the voters. We can continue to collect. We only collect the maximum allowed based on the law and the enrollment we have at the time, but we do ask the voters for additional capacity for both enrollment increase, and then we have a $500 per pupil legislative change. Levy law has changed a lot over the last few years. We don't want to be left behind. If in fact the legislature makes a change in the levy collection rates, we want to go ahead and be able to collect that. We have been very successful. Our voters have been very supportive of that in the past. So the other thing I'll point out on this slide is we are looking at a rate of 46 cents per thousand for the BTA 5 levy, excuse me. We asked the voters 6 years ago for a 43 cent per thousand rate. So we're asking for 3 cents per thousand increase in the rate. The one-to-one movement to technology is really the driving force behind that. There's other information on here. I'm going to let you ask questions as we move along, but there's a cost analysis just showing some of the difference between what we're asking the voters for. If they owned an $800,000 home, we use Zillow to do some estimates. We would be asking for an increase of about $12.40 a month is what is teed up between the two levies. So I just want to talk about that. Next slide. So this just shows of the total rates that we're being charged. So in 2021, we're at a total of $1.84 per thousand. Now, again, when we go out for these rates, we make certain assumptions about assessed valuation. We're fairly conservative, so if assessed valuation comes in better, the rate per thousand decreases or is lower than what we estimated. And that's what you're seeing as far as the 2021 rates. So right now, voters are paying a total of $1.20 or $1.84. We would be asking in the 2023 estimated tax collections, current law would be about $1.92. With the operations levy capacity, we're asking for $2.03. All right, next slide, and I'll go to questions.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said next slide. Like, there is another slide. Okay, question.
But it was the question slide.
Yes. Director Harris.
Thank you for making this complicated stuff understandable. Hugely appreciate it. And you know how much I like pictures and graphs. And when we sell this to the voters, I hope we focus on that. And I think we did a heck of a job in VEX 5. It was stunning. I have a question for Richard and or Dr. Pedrosa about the athletics, because I understand that we have some very exciting news coming with respect to inclusive athletics on a 3-year plan that's not completely baked yet, but I think it's very important we talk about that if we're asking for money from voters and we haven't been inclusive in the past. Checked with her first. I didn't blindside her.
I was gonna say, and aren't you all glad I stayed with this too? Okay, just really quickly, just to give some context for those of you, we've been working on so the athletic department's been working on a 3-year plan to expand unified sports. All of this was in coordination and partnership with the Special Olympics. That was prior to COVID. I know the plan has been vetted through many things, and that's been one of the goals, is to think, how do we provide more unified opportunities for all of our schools? So there is a plan in place. We're working on some grant funding, seed funding right now, but eventually if we talk about expansion, it's going to have an impact on the athletic program at some point. But there are we do have some seed money to start, and then we've been in conversations about also thinking about other ways to fundraise, but it is a conversation piece. So I would love to talk to you guys about that eventually at some point, but excited to think about expanding unified sports in our middle and high schools. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Dr. Pedrosa. Anything else, Director Harris? Okay, other directors, questions?
Thank you. Mr. Best, you spoke about the athletic field lighting, that we're going to expand that to all middle and high schools to have athletic lighting, field lighting, correct? My question, just kind of take from there, is like, my district has both a middle and high school with no athletic fields, period. Is there anywhere in this to work on that? We've had conversations about this before, but is money for possible field development for them in here somewhere, or is that somewhere else?
For which high school?
Lincoln High School and
yes.
Hamilton Middle School, yeah.
We have included money for a potential field for Lincoln High School and Hamilton International Middle School. Director Rivera Smith. We're in conversations with Seattle Parks and Recreation as to potentially what site that would be at this moment in time.
Where is that at? Just so I can eye it. Where is that at in here?
That is, I think, the one sheet that is missing from this package was on fields and field lighting. It's the only sheet that's missing, but it was missing. So okay. I can get you a copy of that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
And go ahead and send it to the whole board. Okay, Director Rankin, you have questions?
Yeah, I thank you for all of this information, as Director Harris said, making it understandable. I can't pass up the opportunity just to say that this is such a silly way to fund education and schools. It's very silly. It's a ton of work and guessing on a whole bunch of things that change. And yeah, I just, as a broader society, it does not seem like we care that much about children. So with property values being assessed for the collection, I mean, I'm going to assume that housing values are going to come down. How do we, you were talking about putting in or thinking about mitigations in terms of enrollment fluctuations, or if enrollment goes up, that we would need, well, yeah, about enrollment changes. But what about, I mean, it's probably not going to happen very soon, but what if housing prices just crash? Then what happens? Or values?
Right. So the rate per thousand, so what the voters approve is a total collection amount. The rate per thousand is what varies depending upon what the assessed valuation is, but you still collect the total amount. So the rate could go up or down, but the voters are authorizing a total collection amount in total.
Thank you.
Not a rate per thousand. We talk about it that way as a talking point to make it, to give transparency.
That's helpful. Thank you. And then in the past, I know that the district has asked for the maximum allowed and been granted that by voters, and then the legislature has not allowed the district to collect that full amount. Is that, can you talk about that a little bit and the impact on this levy?
Certainly. So last time we asked for about $4,000 per student, and that would have equated to our previous amount per pupil that we had been collecting. Obviously, we could not collect that amount. So we've lowered that down. We put in, the legislature moved it up to $3,500 after that happened. So we did get more in a legislative change, right? So that did help us. We do have a $500 per pupil change in here booked in case there's legislative action. So if there's legislative action, we would be able to collect it. So we are asking voters to authorize a higher amount. If the legislature were to change that policy, then we could collect it. If they do not change the policy, we do not collect it.
Okay. I think I'm confused about the $500.
That is the capacity that we've built in to the rate per thousand.
Meaning it would be asked and authorized, but not necessarily collected.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
I have one question, but Ellie, do you need me to pause? Okay. Do we have any idea where our rate sits relative to the cost of the building? Meaning over time, have we been levying enough to keep up with the increases in cost or prices, whether it's buildings or technology?
I'll take a stab at it from the building standpoint, Director Hampson, then I'll let Carlos or Jolene take a stab at it from technology standpoint. This is an important question that you're asking. We have approximately 10 million square feet. Our construction costs today are roughly $500 per square foot, and soft costs on top of that are approximately $250 a square foot.
Can you say that one more time?
Okay, we have approximately 10 million square feet. Construction costs are $500 a square foot, and soft costs are $250 a square foot. If you multiply those together, you get a total of $7.5 billion. OSPI recommends in their asset preservation program having school districts allocating 2% for asset renewal. That does not include maintenance costs on an annual basis. It does not include grounds costs on an annual basis. It does not include custodial costs or utility costs. So the number would be $150 million that Seattle Public Schools should be allocating for facilities improvements, building improvements. This year's capital budget was in the neighborhood of $350 million that you all approved. And so we are gaining ground, but I will also highlight that we lost ground in the 80s, we lost ground in the 90s. And so we're catching up to where, and we do have an extensive backlog of facilities improvements that are needed. And I know Director Harris and Director Wolf, who both participate in those conversations on BEX 5, are very aware of that.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and I know particularly with respect to things like ADA, and I appreciate hearing about that forthcoming audit. Okay, did you want to respond from a technology basis? But so thank you for that very thorough response.
I think from a technology basis, we made that leap to 1-to-1, which is where we were really behind from maybe other districts. So we've made that leap. And remember, the technology cycle only runs the first 3 years of each levy. So it's a much shorter time frame where we can keep up better. There's not a way to really fall behind unless we decide we're not replacing computers every 4 years. We're going to go to 5 years or something like that. So we're able to keep up more timely, I would say.
And there isn't a projected massive increase in cost. And unlike Director Rankin, I do not think our assessed values are going to be going down. I think they're going to continue to increase, but
as a total part of our budget, IT costs are going to increase, just like in your personal life where your tech stuff continues to increase as a component of your total cost, that we're going to still see that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
That it's a 3% increase every year.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it, right? Okay.
We have a couple of quick last slides on community engagement and communications.
Sorry, yes, I saw that.
So I do want to highlight to the school board that both capital projects and technology and Jolene's office will be out engaged in community meetings. In the month of September, we have 5 community meetings that are planned. We're looking at those potentially being both an in-person and remote virtual meeting, so a hybrid style. We'll be going to all 5 geographical regions within Seattle Public Schools, and then bring that information back as to what we heard to a school board work session the latter part of September. In addition, we have met with James Bush and Kirk Mead to talk about the relationship with our community partners and what the information is that we should be providing them. They made some great recommendations, so we're working on that with them. And then go to Fred for talking about next steps.
So we will continue to refine the estimates of projects and refine the list. We'll take into account the feedback we heard tonight about our prioritization methodology and continue to pursue these levy rate options the way Richard and Jolene laid out. We'll also start work on an implementation plan by which we can kind of sequence projects and give the directors a better understanding of what the actual construction and other projects would look like. We'll have another opportunity next month for a work session like this to share the refinement as we're working for, and then try to understand that we have consensus among directors about the levy rate option and the final project list. And then going to the last slide, please, or second to last slide. The dates for all this, to finalize this, will be going to the capital levy goes to the operations committee in October. The EP&O levy will go to audit and finance also in October. And we'll introduce the bar with the actual package on October 20th, and to have a public comment session on the 25th, and bring this to a vote on November 3rd so we can meet our deadlines to get this on the ballot in February. And again, as you've heard tonight, most of this is about preserving investments we've already made. I think our big choices are kind of about the scale and picking, where the line is on a list, because these investments are about, not going backwards, sustaining what we have, and so are not kind of the big lumps of choices that we have in Beck's levies. So the dynamics of this are a bit different. And really appreciate your time. We've been here half an hour after the air conditioning went off, so hopefully we'll all be sensitive to that, and thank you.
Okay, unless directors have anything else, Director Rivera-Smith has a question.
Super quick question. For the 5 community meetings planned in September, I was hoping you can let us know, directors know, the ones are happening in our district areas so that we can attend if possible. Thank you.
We'll let the whole board know about all 5.
Thank you.
Okay, as there's no further business on the agenda, with my apologies for the late ending, this meeting stands adjourned at 8:29 p.m. Please get home safely.